Now, what would have happened if this particular Saiyan had have survived the Bardock TV special? Well, I think it's time we found out. Hey guys, DB right here, and today I am back again with another new what if idea. And this time, this idea was actually thanks to someone in the comment sections from my last video. I believe it was my teaser for my Saiyans in Space video, continuing my What If Bardocks Stop Lord Frieza video series. Yes. And this request came from Mr. Jamie Knives, if I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. If not, I apologize. Anyway, he suggested that I do a what if Fasha survived, or what if Fasha was Bardock's wife? Both ideas that are really cool, and I actually will be doing the other idea as well. The other idea, what if Fasha was the wife of Bardock? But for now, I'm going to start things off with what if Fasha survived? What if Fasha survived? What do you mean? The extermination of Planet Vegeta, or her death at the hands of Dodoria? Well, in this case, I'm actually thinking both. What would happen if we had an additional Saiyan throughout the events of Dragon Ball? And I reckon, yeah, this could be a pretty fun story, and could actually, you know, we can have fun with a character we really don't know all that much about, and you know, who could be quite an entertaining, you know, addition to the whole Dragon Ball story as a whole. So without further ado, let's get started. Our story begins with Bardock and his crew successfully finishing their task on Kanasa, and Bardock getting struck and getting his premonitions from the Kanasans like he normally does. Tora, Fasha, Shugesh, Borgos are all set to tackle their next assignment on Planet Meat. And this is happening while Bardock is in a med chamber recovering from whatever it was the Kanasan did to him, passing down his abilities to see the future. And well, meanwhile, Tora, Fasha and the rest of her teammates have indeed arrived on Planet Meat as ordered to by Lord Frieza, only to find that the planet is already conquered. There are dead corpses everywhere. They just don't understand what's happened here, when suddenly they found themselves ambushed and attacked by some of Frieza's men, who are led by Dodoria. Oh, that Dodoria. And their ambush goes off just like it does in the original, with ultimately the crew of Bardock being ultimately killed and destroyed. At least, so they think. And Bardock, of course, turns up in an attempt to avenge his teammates, taking down the crew, taking down the entire crew that Frieza had sent with him, with Dodoria. Of course, Bardock ultimately losing his fight with Dodoria, and Bardock, you know, leaves the planet all banged up and damaged and scarred off, and flies away. And pretty much the rest of the Bardock Father Goku TV special plays off and finishes off and wraps up exactly like it does in the original, including with Kakarot being sent off-world. However, back in the ruins of Planet Meat, there is movement. Among all those Saiyan corpses, Fasha is still alive. Barely, the whole time throughout her teammate being wiped out by Dodoria, and Bardock losing his battle with Dodoria, and pretty much sleeping through Planet Vegeta's destruction. Fasha has woken up. She's very badly banged up, and she's just thinking get to her escape, get back to her pod, get back to Planet Vegeta, heal herself up, and at least warn everyone. She was knocked out, so she actually had no idea Bardock was there, and he himself got himself badly wounded as well. She doesn't know any of that. She doesn't even know what has happened to her planet yet. And, well, she's, in a space pod, and heading off to space, and she's just sort of sitting there with her scouter, trying to scout for any other life forms, which is kind of weird that she's not picking up any, because she's heading towards Planet Vegeta. It'd usually be full with high power levels, being the Saiyans, but nah, nothing there. She does, however, get a little glimmer reading from her scouter. It's an oncoming Saiyan pod, and she actually gets a little bit of a look through the porthole of the oncoming Saiyan pod door. It's actually Kakarot going the other way. A power level of 2, but still. Okay, this does seem to have given Fasha a little bit of hope that maybe the Saiyan race is still there, and that Bardock is still alive, at least, and, but no dice. When she, gets back to, where the planet was, it's not there anymore. Destroyed. Frieza, you heartless bastard. You actually did it. After all the hard work we did for you, this is how you repay us. You pay us back in our own blood. I will have my vengeance. One day, I will come for you. And with a bit of programming, she turns her space pod around and decides she's going to track after the other space pod holding little Kakarot. At the very least, she can at least watch over the boy, make sure he gets strong, and one day they'll avenge the Saiyan race together. And well, she's able to keep close track of Kakarot where his pod's going with by using her scouter, adjusting her course, you know, as best she can. And well, eventually they do end up on planet Earth. Kakarot landing first and being found by Grandpa Gohan, while Fasha pretty much landed, you know, somewhere else on the planet. And well, when Fasha exits her pod, she's a bit surprised to find she's basically the nearby mountains of South City, and she's scanning all these power levels around. Some of them are, you know, quite decent. There's she can pick up level 100, level 2s, level 4, 5s. So finding Kakarot's going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. And well, she's having a hard time. She tries some of these higher power levels, but you know, she ends up finding people like Mercenary Tao and Master Shin. You know, that's not who she's looking for. Does she engage with these people? No point. They're not who she's looking for, and they're probably not going to know who she's looking for, so she just continues flying away and is pretty much looking around aimlessly to try to find Kakarot. And, well, in the meantime, you know, it actually begins to seem pretty hopeless for Fasha to even find Kakarot, because it quickly, you know, turns into weeks, becomes months, and, you know, turns into years. And meanwhile, the events of Dragon Ball have pretty much started with Goku running off with Bulma to start looking for Dragon Balls, and pretty much the whole Pilaf saga playing out per normal, as it normally does. And Fasha actually does have a couple of does get close to finding Kakarot a couple of times, but just sort of ending up that day behind him sort of thing. So she does sort of meet up the Ox King. He's like, yeah, I didn't see a boy with a tail. It was Goku, the great-grandson of Gohan. Yeah, he nearly hit me in the head with his old grandpa's power pole. He went that way, I believe. Look at these Dragon Ball thingies. Dragon Balls? What are those? I have no idea. Something to do with wishes. This is not Saiyan-like behavior, Fasha thought, as she sort of just continued to try find him, and they... Now, basically at this point, the Pilaf saga has wrapped up, and the whole tournament saga has begun, and Goku has more or less done his training with Roshi and Krillin, and has entered the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai. And this is actually where Fasha gets her best lead in finding Goku, having heard word of the Tenkaichi Budokai. She heard word when, while she was flying around, this villager was being attacked by this lion or bear-looking monster. You know, the same one that tries to kill Turtle in the Pilaf saga. Apparently, it didn't learn its lesson, you know, dealing with one little Saiyan with a power level of barely, what, 50? 50, maybe 100? Nah. Well, Fasha decided to help this villager who was being attacked. You're a disgrace to your kind. Where I come from, we don't attack the weak. Fasha pretty much makes short work of this creature, pretty much, yeah, full on destroying the creature. The villagers both sort of scared, but Fasha makes it clear she has no intention on hurting the girl, so the girl ultimately thanks her for helping her, says, "Now you're a pretty good fighter, you should enter the Tenkaichi Budokai coming up." Tenkaichi Budokai, what's that? It's where all the greatest fighters of the planet meet up together and see who's best. Ah, really? You know what? You may have just helped me find the person I'm looking for. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Hey, don't mention it. And with that, Fasha flies off. You know, if anything is going to flush out Kakarot, it's going to be, you know, the best fighters gathering up to see who's best. So, Fasha is actually in the audience somewhere trying to spot Kakarot. And, well, more or less, she successfully does find Kakarot, who is fighting who he fights there. First, you know, defeating Girin and battling with Nam. And Fasha, even though with her scouter, she can tell Kakarot is pretty weak, like very, very weak for a Saiyan, you know. And, you know, she thought his mother was weak. She thought Raditz was weak. Oh no! But she can't help but be impressed on how Kakarot fights. He's always getting up there for more, even battling with Jackie Chun, who is by far a superior opponent, both in power and in technique, but Kakarot is getting up there and giving it his all. Definitely a Bardock quality, a quality that's going to make him really strong, really quickly, with the right tutelage. And Fasha is very impressed by this, but then something happens. Goku looks at the full moon and becomes a great ape. And, well, this isn't good for all the people standing there, I can tell you, and Fasha is doing her best not to look at the full moon herself. You know, we're going to have two rampaging monkeys, you know, causing terror. It's actually best the Saiyans try to keep as much of a low profile as they possibly can. After all, they got bigger fish to fry. They got to get revenge on Frieza. At least that's Fasha's idea anyway. Well, Goku just likes fighting strong guys. And, well, just like in the original, Jackie Chun ultimately blows up the moon, and there's nothing left to worry about, and the whole tournament wraps up as per normal. And this is where Fasha actually introduces herself. "I am a Saiyan just like you. You are the son of Bardock, are you not?" "Actually, I don't know my parents, lady. Grandpa Gohan, the man who raised me, told me, he just sort of found me in the woods. And, well, any memory I had from before then, you know, I kind of lost when I hit my head falling down a canyon." So, Fasha is going to have to explain everything to Kakarot while everyone else is listening in and just intrigued by this. But I think that's actually where we'll leave things for now. So what do you guys think? Did you enjoy this story? Let me know in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe to this channel if you haven't already for more what ifs. And of course, keep your eyes open for Saiyans in Space, my audio recording of continuation of What If Bardocks Stopped Lord Frieza. And was there anything else? Yes, don't forget, you guys can be part of the DB Rai fan art showcase to submit fan art of scenarios you like that I've done on this channel. You can simply tweet them with the hashtag DBRaiArt, and I will see them, and they'll be a part of my reaction video to your fan art. We've already did one episode, and in my book that was a success, and I'm hoping to do more of those in the future. But that is entirely up to you guys submitting fan art. Hey guys, DB Rai here, and today I am back with a what if on this channel that was started, a couple of weeks ago now. And well, by popular demand, here is part 2. I know the continuation of this what if has been requested on this channel for quite a bit. Pretty much almost every other video I've done since. There's a comment somewhere someone asking me to continue this. What if Fasha survived part 2, part 1 being 126 views and counting, which is pretty much viral as far as my channel is concerned, and that's perfectly fine. I have a lot of fun doing these, so yeah, the view count doesn't really matter that much. So anyway, so for those of you who haven't checked out What If Fasha Survived Part 1, here's a really quick recap for you. The story began where basically Bardocks' crew was assigned to go to Planet Meat and conquer it for Lord Frieza, with Bardock, remained in his healing chamber just like he does in the beginning of the Bardock TV special. And well, with Tora, Borgos, Shugesh and Fasha arriving without their leader and finding that the planet's already been decimated and the population dead, they've walked right into an ambush set up by Dodoria and his men, and yeah, they are pretty much taken down relatively quickly by Dodoria's own henchmen. And and later on, so Dodoria shows up, makes a bit of an appearance so he can take all the glory, as Dodoria does. The Saiyans do not like him much. And well, with the Bardock eventually showing up and defeating Dodoria's men, Fasha is, well, she's not dead, she's just really badly banged up and knocked out. Like, really badly. Like, she may have died, she may have survived, sort of. Bottom line is, Bardock assumed she was dead as well. And well, Dodoria showed up and then did his big mouth-like key blast attack to Bardock, laying him out. And Bardock eventually getting up, getting on his spaceboat, going back to Planet Vegeta, and the rest of the Bardock TV special plays out per normal, and Frieza blowing up the planet. And now that that's all done and taken care of, Fasha has now woken up amongst the rubble, still alive, badly banged up, and she actually manages to crawl over to her own space pod, and she flies away. And she was actually able to come across Kakarot's space pod on the way through. She got a little bit of a look inside the red window that's on the space pod and saw little Kakarot there. That was Bardock's kid. And, well, she's a bit horrified that she's not picking up any life forms in the area with her scouter, being close to Planet Vegeta's orbit. And, well, realizing it's not there anymore. Frieza has blown it up, and Fasha basically declaring vengeance for her race. And the only thing she can think to do now is basically re-hit the coordinates on her pod to follow after Kakarot. after all, she had visit Kakarot before. She sort of implied that in the Bardock TV special when she told Bardock he should see the little tyke. So it may be assumed that Fasha may have had some sort of soft spot for Kakarot and visited him once or twice, perhaps even knowing the coordinates to his space pod. And so she was able to relatively follow him to planet Earth, except she lands in a completely different spot to planet Earth and spends months to even years trying to track down Kakarot. And it's not until the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai that she actually manages to find him. She checking out the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai, Earth's greatest fighters, this would be the kind of thing that a Saiyan would go to test his power. And rest assured, Fasha was right. There was Kakarot, now named Goku for some reason, battling with these competitors in the tournament, beating Gira and then battling with Nam, and he didn't win against Jackie Chun, but yeah. Now Fasha, who of course always knew his power level was 2, was quite impressed with how powerful Kakarot had become in this short amount of time. And not only that, was quite impressed the way Kakarot's learned how to fight these martial arts, sensing energy without him. This is something that Fasha is very impressed with, and well, she makes her introduction to Kakarot and fills him in on who the Saiyans are and who he was, and yeah, and well, Kakarot's sort of off in his own world, realizing that the Dragon Radar is now working. He can now go off and find his Dragon Ball, and basically he just sort of ends up running off while everyone else are just basically bombing Fasha with questions. She's like, wait, Kakarot? Trying to call him back, but yeah, he's too late. He's off. He's off to go find Dragon Balls. Yeah, don't worry. You can just join us on the island, and Goku is certainly willing to come back. And of course, Fasha has been filled in about, the fact that he hit his head, he doesn't remember who the Saiyans were. And well, Fasha is more or less just sort of, accepting of this and accepts their offer. After all, Fasha has no interest in conquering this planet. She has no interest in that whatsoever. In fact, she's kind of done with that whole lifestyle. Frieza's kind of stabbed him in the back here. The only thing she's really concerned with is pretty much getting Kakarot up to speed so they can avenge the Saiyans at some point. And well, even she knows she has a long way to go before she can even attempt that. So why not take the Turtle Hermit up on his offer, maybe learn some of these martial arts for herself, being able to raise that power level whenever she wants, sensing energy. This would be perfect for her. And meanwhile, things within the whole Red Ribbon Army and Goku pretty much begin with playing out as per normal, with him finding the Dragon Ball and dealing with Colonel Silver and making his way to Sano's village and pretty much taking down Muscle Tower in the exact same fashion. And well, so pretty much making friends with Ada, realizing that Dragon Radar is broken, and joins the West City, and pretty much the early start of the whole General Blue saga plays out per normal. But this is where things begin to differ, because now Goku and Bulma do have to visit the Turtle Hermit because they need an underwater vehicle to retrieve the Dragon Ball. And of course, Krillin agrees to go with him, and to everyone's surprise, Fasha actually decides to tag along. She's kind of curious about these Dragon Ball things that Goku's been collecting, and well, she's more or less to see what the whole fuss is about. And well, this is going on. General Blue's men, of course, attack the island, and more or less pursuing after Goku. And suddenly, you know, the Red Ribbon Army are firing torpedoes at their sub, and Fasha is actually kind of exciting. And I think I thought this planet wasn't exciting. And needless to say, they managed to escape and get through that narrow little passage okay, and yeah, begin their search through the little pirate's cavern. And well, the biggest difference that in this reality is that Fasha actually deals with the robot no problem, and well, Kakarot and Fasha take care of the robot no problem, while Bulma and Krillin have gone over here to get the Dragon Ball. And well, the whole General Blue trying to course their direction, knocking off the arrow, Krillin leaves for him so Fasha and Goku can catch up. And well, they end up going the wrong way and both have a bit of a evening snack, you know, with that whole octopus, killing that octopus. And well, they hear Krillin and Bulma screaming now that General Blue has suddenly come upon them, so they hurry up and catch up to him. And Krillin is about to have his face caved in by a boulder that General Blue is holding, and this is where Goku and Fasha basically more or less attack him, and they double team him, and they've damaged him to the point that there's no opportunity for him to use his telekinetic powers. He's damaged and badly hurt, and in fact, Fasha actually finishes him off right then and there with a ki blast. What? Fasha, why'd you do that? He was threatening us. He was going to kill. Honestly, he was going to kill us. He was going to kill Krillin. Why wouldn't I kill an enemy? And Bulma actually more or less agrees with this, and you know, it's just not the way Goku was taught. You really are a soft Saiyan, aren't you, Kakarot? I see I have a lot to teach you by the time our journey is done. And with that, they get the Dragon Ball and they fly off. And well, this leads to Bulma wanting to go back home, and of course they give Roshi back the diamond. After all, they kind of trashed and destroyed the other one. So Roshi will get a new vehicle, no problem. I mean, the diamond is worth about 10 billion zeni, and of course Launch does try to make off with it. Fasha was gonna knock her out and do her in, but Roshi's like, don't worry about it. She'll sneeze and turn back into the good Launch and just bring it back. You should know that by now. And well, with that, Goku actually deciding that he's gonna continue with this quest alone. Are you nuts? The Red Ribbon Army chasing you? Krillin and Roshi's thinking, yeah, maybe I ought to rethink this. I mean, is your grandpa's Dragon Ball really worth your life? But Fasha just sort of puts her arm on Roshi's shoulders, like, I wouldn't worry about Kakarot if I were you. He's a Saiyan warrior just like me. He won't be taken down that easily. Not if those mooks have anything to do with it. Go on, kid, find all those Dragon Balls. And well, with that, Goku is once again off to find the Dragon Balls. And well, I think that's actually where. Actually, no, we'll keep going. Still got a few more minutes here. And well, more or less the rest of the Red Ribbon Army saga just pretty much plays out per normal, with Tao getting the best of him in round 1, and Goku kind of climbing up Korin Tower, taking his drink, and more or less becoming stronger thanks to the training, and well, ultimately defeating Tao, and then he raids the Red Ribbon Army, secures the next 2 Dragon Balls, and all that playing as per normal. And, well, the Fortune Teller Barber Saga, the only real difference that's in the Fortune Teller Barber Saga is that Fasha tags along. So even if Goku were to lose against Fortune Teller Barber, yeah, you've got Fasha there basically to clean up. And well, basically, as it turns out, it wasn't really necessary to really bring her because, well, Goku ends up beating Grandpa Gohan just like he does per normal, and everyone being a bit concerned with how Grandpa Gohan's treating his grandson, you know, with the tail beating him back and forth until it snaps off. But even Fasha stops Bulma and everyone else from jumping in. It's like, don't worry, Kakarot will be fine. A lesson has to be learned here. This is actually Fasha saying this, not Roshi. And after the big reveal that, thanks to Roshi revealing that the masked man is indeed Grandpa Gohan, yeah, Fasha agrees that Grandpa Gohan wouldn't just come all this way just to hurt his grandson. I'm sure Grandpa Gohan wants to make the most of this. With that, the tail is broken off, and Gohan, realizing that he's on the losing side of this fight, does step down like he does per normal, revealing his identity, and Goku got to have his reunion with the old man that raised him, and even Fasha can't help but be happy for Kakarot here and soften up a little bit. It's kind of a beautiful moment, and after all, Fasha is almost becoming like the mother figure in Goku's life here. And she may not admit it. She may just go around with the attitude that Goku's just a tool for her vengeance to avenge the Saiyan race, but she has grown to care for the boy very much. And she does tend to show it sometimes, and this is one of the moments where she just couldn't help but show it. And with Goku finally gathering all the 7 Dragon Balls and filling everyone in what they're for to bring back Koopa's father, you know, Fasha couldn't help but be proud of him. You know, this Saiyan, you know, he is different to what they are, but you know, he's quite heroic, and you know, he's very much his father's son, and that's what makes Fasha more or less proud of him. And with that, Bora is restored, and Roshi more or less tells Goku that it's time for him to train 3 years without the flying Nimbus. And this is actually where Fasha begins to part way with the gang, because, well, she just says she's more or less going to do the same, going with Kakarot. This is her chance to begin training him up and getting him strong enough that he's going to be able to eventually help her avenge the Saiyan race when that eventually comes along. And, you know, it's time for her to show Kakarot exactly what being a Saiyan is all about. And I think that's actually where we're going to leave things for now. So what do you guys think? Did you enjoy this story? Did you enjoy this second part? You know, with Fasha going with Goku for this training, how is this going to actually affect Goku's growth when we head into the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai? How much more powerful is Goku actually going to become? And not only that, how much stronger is Fasha going to become when we head into the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai? All this and more next time. Thank you guys for coming in, checking this video out. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will see you guys again next time. Fasha's now part of the story. Hey guys, DB right here, and today, as you can tell by my little intro there, I am continuing with what if Fasha survived. I figured since I already got the this part of the story already in my head, fresh in my mind, may as well keep going. And well, I know how much you guys are enjoying this what if, so why not, you know, what's the phrase? Let it ride. And well, yeah, I know you guys have really been enjoying this. I mean, 66 views overnight? That's pretty crazy for my channel. even part 1 took about a week or two to reach 126, and over half of that in one night. That's pretty cool, so yeah, why not keep it going? Alright. And as always, a really quick recap, and I'm trying to make this really quick. Alright, now, for those of you who have joined us the first time, this story basically tells the story of Dragon Ball with quite a bit of a difference. With essentially Fasha, one of Bardocks' crew, actually managing to survive the events of Planet Meat and essentially sleeping through the entire destruction of Planet Vegeta. And this results in her more or less going to Earth and looking for Kakarot, the son of Bardock, so she can begin planning her little revenge against Lord Frieza, who she swore to destroy for what she did to her crew, and, of course, what he did to the entire Saiyan race as a whole. Completely decimated it. And, well, it took a while, but Fasha was able to find Kakarot during the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai, impressed with how much Kakarot had increased his power since initially reading his power level of 2 back when he was first born, and of course also impressed by how strong these Earthlings actually were. You know, whoever scouted the information on this planet really didn't do it justice or think it through. And well, essentially, she ends up making friends with the Dragon Team while Goku ran off in his Red Ribbon Army adventure, and this pretty much led to where we are now. Goku, or Kakarot, has just wished for Upa's father to be resurrected by the dragon, and yeah, Fasha has now decided to go with Goku during his 3 years training, where he's got to travel around the world without the flying Nimbus cloud. And this is where our story continues. Alright, so they have been off for quite a while. Now essentially, Fasha does not interfere too much with Goku's training. A lot of this training he does have to do on his own. Remember, their power level differences are significantly high, and if Fasha goes too far, she could actually end up killing Goku by accident. So she's got to be really careful when she's training and sparring with him on occasion. And when she does train with him, she does well, beat him pretty badly in order to take advantage of the Zenkai boost, so Goku's able to get stronger in a slightly faster pace than he does in the original. But don't worry, guys, I'm not making him overly powerful, otherwise it's not going to keep the next parts interesting, you know what I mean? So Fasha's sort of she's got to be careful with him. You know, after all, Kakarot's power level was even weaker than Raditz's, and that's saying something. Even weaker than his mother's, also saying something. And well, so with that, the 3 years more or less come and go, but I'm not going to head straight into the time skip. I want to fill in a little bit more. And during the 3 years time that Kakarot and Fasha actually have together, this is also their opportunity to bond. And well, Saiyans battling each other is one way of bonding, but one night Goku actually got really curious and actually asked Fasha what his parents were like and what the Saiyans race were like, you know, and he wanted to know more things about her. Did she have any friends or anything like that? You know, just the curious sort of questions, you know, any kid would ask, especially ones that are pretty much orphans. Well, Kakarot, your father was a true Saiyan warrior. Strong, brave, and well, he was kind of smart as well. Whenever he wasn't training or out on a mission, I'd find him, you know, tinkering around with the pods, you know, much like his father used to do. Bardocks' father, who was more or less a scientist. And, well, yeah. So, basically filling in on basically who his father was, and Fasha just saying, telling Bardock would be proud of you. To see how much you've grown is actually quite astounding, Kakarot. Most Saiyans at your power level don't survive. Saiyans were sent off worlds in order to conquer them as infants, but you'd be lucky if you came back. About 50% of Saiyans actually managed to conquer the planet and came back, and that's even with the full moon. The full moon? Oh yeah, you wouldn't have remembered that. Fasha deciding to keep that hush-hush for the time being. No need to tell Kakarot that he stepped on his grandpa. And well, so with that, he also begins telling him a bit about Gine. Well, Gine, she wasn't much of a warrior. She did spend a little time on our crew, however, I kind of resented her and tried to kill her a couple of times. What? You tried to kill my mother? Well, it's kind of like what we Saiyans do. She was, weak, kind of really dead weight to the team. And also, your father was very interested in her, and I didn't really like it. Oh, so you liked my father too, then? What? No. No. Fasha sort of blushing at that remark, and her covering up, trying to cover it up. And well, but in the end, I have to admit it, your mother was pretty awesome. Even though she pretty much submitted her life as a cook, I gotta admit, she was kinda good for Bardock. Definitely kept him level-headed most of the time. I guess it's because she was different, unlike the rest of us who kept talking about what we had killed that day and what planet we had conquered. Gine was just something different. And she loved you a lot, Kakarot. Along with your brother Raditz. And, well, this made, Kakarot's day. He was, pleased to hear that sort of thing. And also pleased to hear that not every Saiyan was, a complete brute and a ruthless killer. That his mother was, as far as Saiyans were concerned, a really kind and caring person. And, well, as for Bardock, as Fasha continued the story, Bardock sort of began to realize that Bardock was really getting sick of that lifestyle. And even Fasha could see that. And well, you know, thanks to your father's bravery, I guess, it was thanks to that you ultimately survived. I have no doubt in my mind that Bardock went down fighting against Frieza when he came for the planet. Frieza, Not a very nice guy, was he? No, Kakarot, no he wasn't. And well, because of this sort of heart-to-heart, this is really the first time Fasha had really opened up, he, well, her sort of motives slightly begin to change slightly from, we will avenge the Saiyan race, we are going to take this fight to Frieza and beat him, to, I won't let anything happen to my new family here. I won't let anything happen to you, Kakarot, and I will kill Frieza if he tries. So this sort of changed Fasha's demeanor a little bit, but she does still intend on getting Kakarot up to speed. But her I guess her maternal nature is sort of beginning to take over a bit. She's more or less like a surrogate mother to Goku, and she does somewhat treat him a little bit as such. But as far as the rest of his training between this 3-year time skip went, she mostly stayed out of it and let him grow on his own. with the occasional sparring session, you know, making him a little bit more stronger than what he is at this point in the original timeline. And well, 3 years come and go, and it is once again time for the Tenkaichi Budokai. I know I spent a long time on the 3 years of Goku's training, but I felt it's really important to establish Kakarot and Fasha's relationship in this part of the story. After all, you don't spend 3 years with someone and, you know, not begin to, you know, develop feelings or begin to bond with that person. That's only natural, and it's good storytelling. So now that 3 years have passed and it is time for the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai, well, the huge difference is well, does Fasha enter the tournament? No. She'd win it, no problem. It wouldn't be much of a challenge for her. Even though it'd be a chance to beat up on Goku a little bit more and get him stronger, but no, this is supposed to be like happy day, fun day for them. This is a chance for Goku to really show Fasha just how much he's grown in the 3 years. And after all, in a tournament, he's not going to hold anything back at all. Yeah? So she's not going to enter it. But as always, Roshi disguises himself as Jackie Chun, and Yamcha and Krillin are entering as well. And of course, we got Launch with him as well, who gives them all her classic front row seats. Come on, move it, people, you know the drill! That's always classic. Fasha just sort of cracking up behind her, just following her along. And well, the whole preliminaries pretty much play out as per normal, and of course Tien makes his presence known, always taunting the Turtle Hermit students and declaring how he and Chaozu are going to demolish them in the tournament and all that, under the orders of Master Shen, of course. And well, the preliminaries end exactly the same way, and you get Tien versus Yamcha, Man-Wolf against Jackie Chun, Krillin against Chaozu, and Goku against Panput. And, well, the tournament, the preliminaries pretty much play out the same, and pretty much, and of course, Tien realizing that Goku killed one of his former mentors, Tao Pai Pai, Mercenary Tao. Yeah, his name's Tao Pai Pai in the manga. I know this because I've been reading the manga lately. And just a quick fun fact, a little bit off topic, but fun fact, Shenlong lied to us. Yeah, the part where, if you actually read the part where Goku resurrects Shenlong, and you asked him to resurrect Upa's father, Shenlong clearly says, "There is no wish I cannot grant." Well, I'm just going to say right now, Mr. Shenlong, that is false advertising. That is false advertising, and considering what we know later on in Dragon Ball Z, we ought to sue you for false advertising. You couldn't even destroy the Saiyans when Oolong asked you to. Yeah, you clearly can grant any wish. Liar. Anyway, back to the story. So with that, you get the continuing on into the semi-finals with Jackie Chun versus Tien, and with that pretty much ending the same way. Jackie Chun trying to get through to the young man, saying that his ideals in martial arts are all wrong, and that it's not too late for him to change, and you know, truly become great. And well, after Jackie Chun leaves the ring losing on purpose, it does sort of begin to sink in with Tien, as it does, slowly beginning to take effect. His words taking effect on him over time. And meanwhile, you got Goku versus Krillin, and that match was just a pretty fun match for him. Throughout the entire match was just like a really fun match. And well, Goku, of course, won that as well. And then we finally got to the final match between Tien and Goku, and Fasha watching this with great interest. In a way, Fasha is quite impressed with Tien Shinhan, you know, being, you know, an Earthling. He's actually pretty good at what he does, and not only that, he's quite powerful for a human. And well, with that, we finally get Goku versus Tien Shinhan, like I was saying, and that whole battle, for the start of the battle, the whole thing is pretty much one-sided with Goku, because remember, Goku is quite a bit stronger than what he is in the original timeline, and basically it's not until Chaozu does his paralysis thing that really Tien Shinhan more or less turns the fight around and does all that damage to Goku, and then later realizing, hang on, something's not wrong. Chaozu, is this your doing? Chaozu is working under my instructions, Tien. Perhaps if you were actually competent to do your job, this runt would be dead by now. And well, needless to say, Master Shen just made his final mistake, because Tien has decided he's not going to kill anymore. He's not going to kill Goku. He wants to win the tournament. He wants to win the tournament, and he wants to do it the right way. And well, Master Shen was going to have Tien Shinhan paralyzed and more or less punish him as well, and that's when Roshi sends him flying with the Kamehameha. Classic. And this whole actions, Tien Shinhan's actions to this point, have really impressed Fasha. You know, fighting with honor, you know, if Tien had a tail, he'd be a perfect Saiyan. Because this is what the Saiyans of old were like. They fought with honor. They were true warriors. And so, well, with that, the battle continued, and because of all the damage that was done thanks to Chaozu's interference, the battle was more or less on a more even playing field now, just due to all the damage Goku had taken. And well, ultimately, who won the tournament? Well, Tien Shinhan won, with the tournament ending exactly the same way, and Tien making friends with the Dragon team, making peace, and decides to treat everyone to dinner. And of course, Goku, realizing he left his stuff and Dragon Ball behind, Krillin volunteers to go back and get it. And well, for once in Goku's life, he's not eating anymore. Krillin had been gone for quite a while, and he can't help but feel worried about him. And he wasn't going to eat until Krillin got back. And well, with that, suddenly Goku recognized a certain sound. It was Krillin, but this sound was different. This was the sound of someone being killed. Krillin just screaming out for Goku! And well, Goku leaps off the table and heads straight back for the arena. And by the time he got there, his fears are realized when Krillin is lying there dead. And this puts a shock to everyone. Shows up Fasha. Even Fasha, who had spent some time with Krillin learning the Turtle Hermit way of martial arts, when you know, in between the Red Ribbon Army saga, when Goku was off on his own, she had quite grown fond of all her friends on Earth, including Krillin, and she could certainly understand Kakarot's pain here. Remember, she lost her friends in a similar manner. Her friends were murdered by Frieza, and you know, this is something Fasha wouldn't have thought she would have to really face on Earth. That, okay, she understood, yeah, bad things happen, like in every planet, there are bad guys, but, you know, nothing like this. Nothing that's, you know, strong enough to, take out Krillin. Something that could maybe even potentially take out Kakarot. And needless to say, she does feel what Kakarot is feeling. Bulma, hand me the Dragon Radar, Goku says, and well, Bulma, being silly enough to hand it to him, he's on the flying Nimbus going straight after the assailant, because well, they were told that he took a strange ball, and of course a list of names from the martial arts tournament. And well, Roshi's figured, don't do anything reckless, boy, just wait. You know, Fasha didn't go after him either. Fasha understands this, and understands Goku's feelings right now better than anybody. This is something Goku has to do. And then, well, after that, Oolong finds the sheet of paper with the initials Devil and Circle on it. And Roshi's all, no, it can't be. This is the crest of King Piccolo. King Piccolo? What is that? Fasha, Fasha talking. King Piccolo was an ancient demon that once brought the planet to its knees. And he basically tells them the story about his youth, about how he and his fellow students once opposed King Piccolo and his monsters, and that ultimately it was up to his old master, Master Muay Thai Ido, who sealed him away, King Piccolo away at the Mafu Bar, and ended his reign of terror. And, well, Fasha just sort of smirking, I wouldn't be worrying about Kakarot too much. He's a Saiyan warrior after all. He's not gonna go down easily. Don't take King Piccolo too lightly. He's not like anything you've ever faced before. He's not like anything Goku has ever faced before. Nothing I've ever faced before. Are you forgetting Dodoria? You have a point there, but the point is, it's something Kakarot hasn't faced before. He's not ready to fight such a titan. Well, with that, the only thing they could really do was take Krillin's body, head home, Bulma making a capsule that's built to preserve Krillin, and well, they're more or less off to find a new island to hide, because, well, one of King Piccolo's minions could be there any minute. And meanwhile, Krillin has indeed caught up to Tambourine, and even though he is stronger in this timeline, he still ultimately loses to Tambourine, just due to him being tired out for the next match. If he had been at full strength, he'd beat Tambourine easily. And of course, Flying Nimbus is also destroyed, and Goku has also since met up with Yardrat after, stealing his fish, and he's asking him to hand over the Dragon Ball, because he knows sooner or later these monsters are going to come back and try and steal it. And he's following Yardrat around, just like in the original timeline. Meanwhile, you got Tien, Chaozu, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and Fasha all going around looking for the Dragon Balls. Yes, Fasha is joining them on this. And she has done quite a bit of training under the Turtle Hermit, knows how to sense energy, knows how to hide her true power and all that. She could be a very valuable asset with dealing with King Piccolo. And well, with that, Roshi and Tien's hunt for the Dragon Balls pretty much goes out as per normal, and meanwhile, Symbol has more or less tried to attack Yardrat and Goku, with Yardrat defeating Symbol and roasting him like a Thanksgiving turkey. And King Piccolo has then ordered Tambourine to stop hunting martial arts to find out what the heck happened to Symbol, retrieve the Dragon Ball, and avenge the insolent fools who dared slay one of us. And well, with that, Goku does end up face to face with Tambourine once again, and well, he does manage to avenge Krillin's death, even more easily than he does in the original timeline. Tambourine did not stand a ghost of a chance against Goku in this timeline, being taken out by a Kamehameha. And well, Piccolo sends this, and he orders Pilaf, the idiot who released King Piccolo in the first place. But I mean, honestly, who thinks let's release King Piccolo, that's a good idea. Bloody Emperor Pilaf. Really? He orders Emperor Pilaf to turn the ship. I will face this enemy myself. He will pay for what he's done to my children. I am King Piccolo. He will suffer for this. And well, King Piccolo, of course, is on his way to Goku, while more or less everyone else is still gathering up the Dragon Balls. And they've pretty much got them all, and they're heading towards where King Piccolo is heading, and King Piccolo has indeed run into Goku, and Goku and King Piccolo have their epic fight. Now, this fight is it's actually pretty even. It's not so close as one-sided to King Piccolo in this battle. Like I said, Goku is a bit stronger than what he was in the original timeline, thanks to Fasha's training. However, yeah, Fasha, you know, taking it a bit easy on him. It's not like he's pushed his greats that much higher. And ultimately, this does end with Piccolo having to use more of his power, but ultimately, Piccolo does still manage to defeat Goku and nearly killing him like he does. However, it was a much more closer fight for him than what it was in the original timeline. And with that, Piccolo sort of wounded a little bit, taking the Dragon Ball, flying up to the ship. Alright, now let's head for the rest of them. Realizing the rest of them are sort of gathered in one spot, Roshi and the others gathering the Dragon Balls, and seeing that Piccolo is heading straight for him. Meanwhile, Yardrat, who has realized that Goku is still alive, he's under Goku's instruction and direction. Yardrat is taking him to Korin's tower. And well, meanwhile, while that's going on, give it, I don't know, half an hour later, King Piccolo has emerged and is now upon Master Roshi, Fasha, and Tien and Chaozu. Tien and Chaozu are, of course, hiding there, the backup, in case Fasha and Roshi can't do anything here. And, well, King Piccolo is challenging with, decides to go down and pretty much challenge the old Master Roshi and Fasha. And, well, considering that Fasha's power level is 2000, yeah, King Piccolo, probably not your best idea. And, well, Fasha is pretty much giving King Piccolo a beating he'll never forget. And, well, more or less, King Piccolo is all wounded and baffled. He's like, what the heck are you? And then he notices the tail. You must be that kid's mother or something. I remember dealing with a boy that had a tail like that. I kind of killed him. King Piccolo trying to play some head games with Fasha. Not that Fasha is Goku's mother, but she's you know, just as close. Go on, sense for your little child. I'm sure you at least know how to do that much. And more or less, Fasha does try to sense for Goku and can't really sense anything. But because Goku at this point is barely alive. And well, Fasha does put her guard down and Piccolo does get a pretty good ki blast shot in there. As we know, when your guard is down, even a simple ray gun can take you down. That was even proven in Resurrection F when Sorbet, you know, nearly killed Goku with a ray gun shot. Doesn't matter how strong you are, if your guard's down, you are vulnerable. Bottom line. And well, with all that distraction, King Piccolo didn't see the Alpha Bar coming from Master Roshi. Roshi does attempt to seal him away, but just like per normal, the lid jar ends up closing on him before the beam hits it, and he ends up missing. And Roshi ends up dead. Tien, of course, passed out because Roshi did hit him with that drug that knocks him out. And Piccolo does use the Dragon Balls to wish for his youth back, just like he does in the original. And well, he does get his eternal youth, and Chaozu did end up dead trying to stop him. And of course, he does blow up the dragon as well. nasty King Piccolo. And with that, Piccolo is pretty much on his way to conquer King's Castle, and I think, well, now we'll keep going for a little bit. And meanwhile, Goku has indeed made it to Korin's tower, gotten a sensu bean, and is pretty much presented with the Ultra Divine Water and takes it. And well, meanwhile, Fasha's more or less licking her wounds, realizing that she actually failed them. She had one thing to do, but she let King Piccolo get the better of her. Because of that, Roshi and Chaozu are now dead. And you know, Tien Shinhan is worse for wear as well. And well, with that, she, with Tien's help, gather the other two onto the plane and bring them back to Kame House, where Bulma has prepared, you know, a couple more preserving capsules just in case. I was really hoping that she wouldn't have to use them, but there you go. And well, with that, Fasha and Tien actually go off together and begin training together to master the Mafu Bar. Mind you, Fasha's only learning the Mafu Bar as a precaution in case, you know, something happens to Tien, and, you know, if they really need to use the Mafu Bar to stop him. After all, King Piccolo's powers have now doubled, possibly even tripled, now that he's back in his prime. And, well, yeah, it just may be needed for both of them to master it just in case. Mind you, Fasha should still be more enough than a match for him, as long as she doesn't fall for any more of King Piccolo's treachery. And, well, meanwhile, King Piccolo has conquered King's Castle in the meantime, and has begun his whole Piccolo Day tradition where he's more or less preparing to kill everybody. And, well, with that, Tien and Fasha pretty much spring into action. However, they're met with an entire legion of monsters. King Piccolo, after realizing how powerful Fasha was, and the possibility there might be more people out there with that kind of power, he's not taking any chances, so he's got an entire legion waiting for them. And this is quite the epic battle. There's no real chance for them to really use the evil containment way against Piccolo, while Piccolo's sort of just amusing himself watching the battle and having the whole thing televised. You know, a public execution, perfect thing to, you know, get these humans into a mood of terror. Why not? And meanwhile, Goku is racing towards them at top speed with his flying Nimbus, with his new power-up from the Ultra Divine Water. And, well, more or less, the numbers of this legion are pretty much going down thanks to Fasha's power, but she is beginning to tire her out, and by the time that there's only Drum left, she doesn't really have the strength left to battle with Drum, and neither does Tien Shinhan. And, well, when Piccolo is actually getting ready to power off an explosion way and finish the two off, this is where Goku appears just in time to save them. Ha! Goku, you're alive! Kakarot, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Fasha just really relieved to see that Kakarot's alive, and then jumps behind him. Kakarot, be careful! You're no match for this monster! This is Fasha saying, but Kakarot surprises everyone when he suddenly takes down Drum with one hit. And then the whole battle between King Piccolo and Goku go off, and that pretty much goes more or less the same, except Kakarot is even more powerful than what he is in the original timeline. Piccolo is, yeah, he doesn't really have a leg to stand on. Quite literally, after the damage Goku is about to do to his leg. And, well, Piccolo's not really getting a technique in edgewise. It's still a pretty good fight, but yeah, Piccolo's just not landing a single blow on Kakarot, and ultimately King Piccolo is finished off relatively quickly in this timeline before he can do too much damage to the city. Getting hit with a Kamehameha straight through Piccolo, and Piccolo barely hanging on, having a hole through him, he spits out Junior and blows up. And yeah, and well, Piano's just sort of going, "Oh Lord, what happened? How could you lose like this?" And well, this is where Fasha's basically just straight behind him. "Don't worry, you are now about to join him." And with a devastating blast from her hand, Piano is destroyed as well. And with that, and Yardrat appearing, this is basically Goku deciding, at least at this point, that he's going to go back to Korin's tower, because after all, he has been told that the Dragon Balls have been destroyed and can't be done. Perhaps Korin has an idea on what they could really do about it. And well, it just makes sense to go back with Korin. And meanwhile, Fasha's sort of helping up a really badly wounded Tien. Well, everyone else has appeared and everyone else goes back to Kame House. And I think this is actually where we're going to leave things. What did you guys think? Did you enjoy this story? I know, we pretty much got a double out of this video, heading almost into the 40-minute mark. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. It wasn't really my intention to almost do a what if double here, but hey, why not? If I wanted to keep going, you know, why not keep going? And well, I will be back again next time for part 4, and I really hope you guys enjoy this part. Let me know what you think in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll be back again next time. What? Fasha? What are you doing here? Hey guys, DB right here, and today I am continuing Fasha Week. Yep, I am officially calling this Fasha Week. A week of non-stop what if Fasha survived what ifs, with a brand new one to be recorded on the very last day of Fasha Week. I thought, why not? Let's make an event out of this. And why not, since I've got more of the story still fresh in my head, may as well just keep going. So today I am obviously continuing with what if Fasha survived, and what quite a doozy journey it has been with Fasha surviving the events that claimed her planet, being forced to go to the planet Earth and look for little Kakarot, the son of her leader, Bardock. I'm pretty sure Bardock was also the Saiyan she was crushing on, if it is to be believed. After all, up until Ginyu was introduced, everyone thought Fasha was the mother of Goku. So it's kind of interesting to sort of put Fasha, almost a mother figure for Goku, as she joined in for the events of Dragon Ball, assisting right up to the King Piccolo saga, playing a really good hand in the downfall of King Piccolo, and Kakarot showing up and more or less finishing the job. Well, now, continuing where that left off, well, Goku has since returned to Master Korin, who has since thought of a bit of a plan on how maybe they'll be able to bring the other guys back, even though King Piccolo destroyed the dragon. Well, Bub, it looks like you're just gonna have to take a trip upstairs and talk to the man who created the Dragon Balls. He'll be able to restore them for you. Ah, really? Yeah, you just need to put your power pole up there and away you go. Hey, my power pole? Really? Well, that's what it was built for. It was a way so people could journey up who have earned the right to meet Kami, the Guardian of Earth. Oh, yeah, uh-oh, I don't have my power pole. Yes, just like in the original, Goku forgot his power pole, but luckily for him, Fasha and Tien picked it up, so it's there at Kame House. So Goku does search where he battled with King Piccolo at first, trying to find it, but he can't find it, but he realized, you know, maybe one of the others picked it up for him. So he goes off to Kame House, and there's Fasha and Tien. They're all happy to greet Goku once again. I need my power pole. Has anyone seen my power pole? Hey, don't worry, Kakarot. I knew you probably might need that again, so I picked it up for you. It's right over there. And well, Kakarot grabs it, and he's just about to pretty much run off and leave there and tell everyone tells everyone the plan. He's going to go see the Guardian of Earth and get him to resurrect the dragon, so they can bring everyone back. And he looks to Fasha, takes his hand out. Fasha, come with me. You should come meet the Guardian of Earth too. If anyone else has earned the right to go see him, it's definitely you. And Fasha just sort of blushing a bit and just sort of agrees to go with him. Blushing? Why is Fasha blushing? Well, you remember they had Goku and Fasha had 3 years together? Well, let's just say Fasha, even though she doesn't really show it, she has started to develop somewhat feelings towards Kakarot. Even though he's still what, 15 years old at the moment, but you know, it won't be long till he's of adult age, and well, Kakarot is becoming more and more like his father every day, especially in the looks department. So Fasha can't help but actually find herself being smitten with Goku. And so she goes with him gladly, and they return to Korin's tower. And this is where Fasha is actually introduced to Korin for the first time, him being a cat. And she's just doing her best not to laugh. This is a hermit master who taught you the skills to be Tao Pai Pai. She just can't help it. She's just doing her best to stop herself from not bursting out in laughter. You admit, Master Korin's appearance is very funny. But with that, they are both on their way up to meet the Guardian of Earth, having to hold on and take that trip. And well, with that, they more or less end up there, and they are greeted by Mr. Popo. And of course, Goku showing the bell to confirm that they have indeed been sent up by Master Korin. But of course, he does do that whole, oh, if you want to see Kami, you got to get past me first. And well, as it turns out, even though Fasha is a lot stronger than Popo, she's not having much luck really hitting the genie because of just her lack of experience in terms of the martial arts side of things. You know, she still uses a lot of energy on moving and thinking and all that, rather than just moving and, you know, being able to hit Popo. So they go through that bell training that they went through, but Kami more or less deciding to make an exception and meets the two anyway, and does agree to resurrect the dragon on the condition that both of them stay there and train for 3 years. And they warn them that Piccolo did spew off one final trick, his offspring Piccolo Jr., who intends to challenge them at the next Tenkaichi Budokai. And well, the whole training up in Kami's lookout was to you know, prevent Piccolo from attacking Goku while he's sleeping or whatever. And well, seeing the potential these two Saiyans have, these two could definitely save the Earth, and who knows, may end up, you know, even succeeding Kami as Guardian someday. And well, so with that, they agree to begin this training. Now, if you think that 3 years, Goku and Fasha bonding 3 years was something where Fasha developed a more maternally love for Kakarot, well, it's gonna be a lot more intense this time around, because after all, Kakarot's only getting more older and getting closer to adulthood. And well, it's not like Fasha is related to him. And well, so that more or less happens, the dragon is resurrected, and everyone in the martial arts society is brought back, along with Krillin, Roshi, everyone else that King Piccolo had destroyed. And well, they're told that they will more or less see them in 3 years. And well, as for Goku and Fasha's training, well, it's quite intense, especially with the two Saiyans battling each other, and yeah, their sparring sessions nearly wreck and trash the entire lookout. And this is where Kami gets the bright idea to actually put them in the Room of Spirit and Time, just like he does with Goku in the original. And as we know, in the original, Goku couldn't even last a month in there. He went, he almost went completely insane in the original when Kami threw in there. But this time, he's got Fasha in there with him. So, yeah, if they got to step out earlier, Fasha can sort of pull the plug. But because there's two of them in there, Goku and Fasha do last a bit longer. Do they do the full year? Well, no, they manage about 6 months. They do about half of that first year before both of them start really feeling the effects of the place. And well, with that, they emerge from the Room in Spirit and Time, and they continue throughout all the rest of their drills throughout the next 3 years. And meanwhile, Fasha and Goku just get even more closer in the timeline, and you could just tell there is there's something happening between the two. It's that maternal love that Fasha felt for Goku, much in the way that Bulma sort of felt for Goku when they first met, has more grown into a more mature love. Well, in terms of how Saiyans view love anyway. And well, with that, the 3 years come and go, and it is time for the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. And well, rest assure you, they're all surprised to see Goku, who's now fully grown. He still has his tail. Just to let you know, he does still have his tail in this timeline. Fasha would not allow Kami to remove it. It's part of their Saiyan heritage. A Saiyan without a tail is not really much of a Saiyan at all. Losing your tail was like a disgrace, just about. So yeah, she wouldn't allow Kami to remove it. But, they do promise to wear sunglasses whenever there's a full moon out so they don't turn into rampaging monkeys and kill a bunch of people. After all, in terms of the Great Ape transformation, Fasha doesn't have as much control of it, at least not to the point like how Bardocks and Prince Vegeta have control over it. Fasha never remembers anything after she does that. She's still at that sort of weak power level and mentality. Same with Goku. Now, are you wondering that if Goku's actually stronger in this timeline than he is in the original? Yes, and quite a bit so. At this point, well, Fasha herself is approaching nearly the 3,000 mark. She was 2,000 when she first learned Earth. She's now about 3,000. Goku is more or less approaching between the 1,500 to 2,000 mark. So at this point, he could actually battle Raditz one-on-one. And well, more or less, the tournament pretty much goes off per normal, with the addition of Fasha entering the tournament too, who comes face to face with Mercenary Tao. Unfortunately, yes, this would have meant if Mercenary Tao hadn't have been there, Fasha would have had to have faced Chaozu in the preliminaries. There was only so many spots, but Tao eliminated Chaozu first and injured him, just like in the original. And well, this is where Fasha steps in and pretty much beats Mercenary Tao, or Cyborg Mercenary Tao, within the inch of his life, and eliminates him. Don't worry, I didn't kill him. He's just not going to be waking up anytime soon. After all, she heard all about Mercenary Tao from stories that Goku told within that first 3 years they were together before the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai. So yes, she's been wanting to get her hands on him. And well, with that, the preliminaries pretty much wrap up. And well, with that, you pretty much got Goku battling with Anonymous, so yes, you get that whole thing sort of playing out. However, the difference being that after Chi-Chi reveals who she really is, Goku basically turns her down and said that he has feelings for another, and looks to Fasha, and Fasha's just sort of standing there, blushing. And Chi-Chi's just sort of a bit heartbroken by it, but then she's basically just trying to then chat up Yamcha. And Bulma's not really liking that too much, you could imagine. But DB Rai, why are you being such a Chi-Chi hater? Well, now don't get me wrong, I am a Chi-Chi fan as well, but I just sort of feel with the development that we did with Fasha, it kind of be made useless if I had Goku sort of end up with Chi-Chi. I just don't think it's sort of naturally with how naturally Goku's relationship with Fasha formed, rather than this Chi-Chi, who he's only seen 2 or 3 times in the whole story, and Chi-Chi expecting him to just be in love with her. You know, I'm basically keeping the realism here, or as far as realism is anyway. So with that, you get Tien Shinhan versus Fasha, which was actually match 1, sorry. Match 1 was Tien Shinhan versus Fasha, Fasha winning. It was still a pretty interesting fight, but with her overwhelming power, there was no way. But she was only using her tournament level power. You know how Goku references that in the manga? Yeah, well, yeah, tournament level power, so the fights are still pretty much interesting. But if she wanted to, she could have beaten Tien in 1 hit. But, you know, that's hardly fair. Keep it sporting. And, well, Tien realizing, he loses happily. He realizes, yeah, he's got a long way to go. I will beat you Saiyans one day. That's a promise. I look forward to that, Tien. And, well, with that, like I said, we had Goku versus Chi-Chi, and we saw how that panned out. So now it's Hero versus Yamcha, and well, yeah, Hero, also aka being the disguised Kami, and we know how that played out with Yamcha losing quite humiliatingly. And well, with that, we now head through Piccolo Jr. versus Krillin, and that also ends exactly the same way. And then you get the semi-final match between Goku and Fasha, which is now this is an intense fight. 2 Saiyans going at it, and it feels a lot. Kami knows this feeling all too well. It's very much like how their sparring sessions went in the tournament. And that's pretty much what it is. It's pretty much just a glorified sparring session. However, Fasha is taking this a bit more seriously because the winner is going to have to deal with Junior. And well, more or less, Fasha actually gets the win here and actually knocks Goku out of the ring, advancing to the finals, while Hero and Junior have their all-out battle, and Piccolo, of course, unmasking Kami, and then Kami having to resort to trying to use the Martha Bar to capture Junior. And well, we know how that ended up, with Piccolo reversing it on Kami and ultimately winning the match against Hero. And well, with that, with Goku being eliminated from the tournament, this would mean that no matter what, he's safe from Junior at this point, because now it is Fasha battling with Piccolo Jr. And just like before, he swallows the bottle and all that, and everyone tells everyone the truth that Junior is really King Piccolo reincarnated. And well, the entire battle between Fasha and Junior goes off without a hitch, and well, Fasha is not holding back at all, and yeah, this is a pretty one-sided battle for Junior. He is not having a good time at all, and Fasha hits him in the gut so hard, he ends up perking up the bottle before being knocked out of bounds and just completely out of it. And well, Fasha is thinking of, now that Piccolo's out of the ring, she can just now destroy Junior, put an end to this nightmare once and for all. But this is where Kakarot pipes up and stops her, going, "You can't do that. If you kill him, you'll kill Kami as well. And if you kill him, the Dragon Balls will be useless. What if we need them again sometime?" And this actually does get through to Fasha. After all, Fasha doesn't want to kill Kami. And, yeah. With that, and Kami just going, "I wish Popo hadn't have told you that, Goku." And well, Krillin goes, "Hey, hand me a sensu bean here," and gives it to Piccolo. "My reason for helping you was simple. I never got to fight you, and I really wanted to. So, next time, enter this tournament again, and I'll face you for sure." And well, with that, he's like, "You may regret this one day, Goku." "I am not going to change." Piccolo flying off, and well, after that, Goku and Fasha end up getting married. Now, there is a little something that happened within this 3-year time skip that I was going to mention, but I actually ended up forgetting, so backtracking a little bit. Fasha actually did use the Dragon Balls during the 3-year time period to actually reduce 20 years of her age. Why did she do that? Well, she simply wants to grow old with Goku. And remember, Saiyans don't start really aging, showing signs of aging until they hit their 80s. That's when they start losing their power and becoming, out of their prime. They're able to fight longer because they age a lot slower, at least until they hit that 80 gap where they just sort of rapidly age. And this way, at least she can sort of cross that journey together with Goku. So, bit of a romantic gesture on her part. So with that, Fasha and Goku get married, and 3 years out of the 5 years, there is yet another Tenkaichi Budokai, where Goku's more or less gets to win that one. He never battles Junior. Junior does not enter it. It's just Goku and his friends again. Fasha not really entering it. Fasha only entered it that time because the world was at stake. So Goku and the others were able to fight in the tournament fairly, with Goku becoming the strongest under the heavens. And well, two years later, we now head into the events of Dragon Ball Z, and Gohan has indeed been born, with being the pure Saiyan son of Fasha and Goku, and the first pure Saiyan natural birth since before King Cold had enslaved them, before they had those nursing capsules that did all the work for them. And well, as for Gohan's latent potential, well, it's actually pretty high. He's actually got more potential here than what he does in the original, being the son of two Saiyans who are reasonably strong. And of course, we all know what Goku's potential is like. And well, with that, they are beginning to head off with the reunion of Roshi. And just to clarify, Gohan, of course, being pure Saiyan, and both his parents being pure Saiyan, Gohan does indeed train a lot and is quite the capable warrior himself, just like any other Saiyan before him. And well, if you're thinking that he's dumb or doesn't have an education, well, think again, because Bulma's always actually visiting. Fasha doesn't forbid Goku from visiting his friends or anything like that. And Gohan does show interest in, what Bulma does and things like that, so he does get quite a decent education. Plus, you also got Fasha there, who's like an endless encyclopedia on other planets and things like that, and how ships work and things like that. So Gohan is getting a decent education. In fact, a better education than I'd say the original Gohan gets. But he's allowed to train and tap into his full potential. And well, meanwhile, of course, a certain other being has now arrived on planet Earth. That would be the other son of Bardock, Raditz. And Raditz is scanning around. He scans a nearby high power level, this being Piccolo, and that whole thing plays out like normal. Raditz about to destroy when he detects these this other power level that's stronger than Piccolo's, and yet there seems to be a couple of them. How come there's more people with power levels like this? This doesn't make any sense. But Raditz is flying off to investigate it, and if he's lucky, Kakarot, his brother Kakarot, will be among them. And of course he is. And well, when he finally lands and Fasha senses this energy coming, she can't help but feel that this energy is somewhat familiar to her. Just something she's sensed before, but she can't quite place it. And well, needless to say, it is another Saiyan. It is Raditz, the older brother of Goku. And Raditz is going that, "Oh, Goku, Kakarot, why haven't you blown up the planet? You're supposed to annihilate these planets. I'll be back here tomorrow with a head count, blah, 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 blah." Raditz giving Kakarot a big lecture on the importance of conquering planets and why it's a Saiyan's duty to do so. However, this is when Fasha steps out, hearing the commotion that's going on. What? Fasha? What are you doing here? I thought you died with our planet when the meteor hit. Uh-oh, Fasha, you have some explaining to do. And well, at this moment, suddenly things are becoming full circle for Fasha. The moment that Fasha has been dreaming of is close approaching, because if Raditz has survived and come here trying to recruit Kakarot into the Frieza force, this means Frieza is about to come back to the fold. And well, it's like, I hate to tell you this, Raditz, but you were misinformed. I assume someone's listening in on that scouter of yours. Raditz sort of taken back by this. Yeah, Prince Vegeta and Nappa are listening on their scouter frequency. So Prince Vegeta survived, hey? Along with Nappa. I actually owe Nappa a knuckle sandwich. And well, Nappa and Vegeta are just listening to this, speechless that there's another Saiyan there. And this is where Fasha reveals to Raditz that there was no asteroid that destroyed Planet Vegeta. It was Frieza the entire time. What? Frieza? How could he? We did all that work for him. Well, I hate to tell you this, but it didn't matter the work we did. He saw our strength as a threat and decided to get rid of it. You, me, Kakarot, Nappa and Vegeta are all that remain of the Saiyan race, and it is our duty to avenge our race. It is our duty to surpass Frieza and bring an end to his terror once and for all. And well, Raditz, being his cautious nature, he doesn't really want to oppose Frieza, and more or less, Nappa and Vegeta, yeah, they're already getting into their pods and on their way to the planet. And Raditz just trying to act up. I don't see how we're supposed to face off against Frieza. Kakarot, a mere power level of 300, and you only a mere 2,000? You're only a little bit higher than me. And well, well, allow us to introduce you to something. And with that, Fasha and Kakarot power up, and Raditz's scouter is going through the roof. Goku, who is pushing beyond 2,500, now stronger than Raditz, who's only about 1,200, and Fasha, who was pushing nearly 5,000. She'd be stronger than Nappa at this point. And Nappa's scouters and Vegeta's scouters are also going off. Well, not necessarily going off, sorry. More or less they're overhearing Raditz calling back the power level numbers. And they are shocked by this. You know, Goku, a mere power level of 2, has managed to push his power level to 2,500. Meanwhile, you got Fasha at a mere power level of 4,700, nearly 5,000. This is unbelievable. And well, there's a bit of a grin coming on there with Vegeta. Maybe we can beat Frieza after all, Nappa.
Yeah, you said it. If a couple of low-class losers can achieve power like that, imagine what we could do.
Alright, Raditz here. Listen up. You let Fasha and Kakarot know that we're on our way. And we will talk terms with them. And this is to everyone's surprising, including Raditz. And Raditz figure, you're really considering this? And well, yes. And so, with that, they'll be there within the year, and Fasha deciding that's probably a good idea to get the rest of the Dragon team up to speed, and begin training just in preparation that talks go bad and they got to end up fighting with the Saiyan Prince and Nappa. And Raditz more or less is willing to train and more or less do the same. After all, he can't really stand how Raditz and Nappa treat him. So if it's possible for him to train and get stronger than they are before they get here, just in case, you know, things do go south, Raditz will, and he will take the side that's more or less going to win. And seeing what his brother Goku is capable of, Fasha and even little Gohan there, he'd be an idiot not to side with the Dragon team. So with that, they do commence training together, and along with the entire Dragon team, and the training is actually very fruitful. And well, meanwhile, Kami's sort of sensing what is going on here, and after all, since Saiyans do respect strength, he's more or less got to do something about this. And so, since no one's actually using the Dragon Balls at this point, Kami actually gathers up the Dragon Balls, and he asks Shenron to awaken the full potential of the entire Dragon team, including Raditz, Goku, and Fasha, and this rapidly increases training, and not to mention their overall potential. So this pretty much puts Fasha and Goku on a level where they could they together could match Prince Vegeta if they had to, and Raditz could easily make sport of Nappa, and the rest of the Dragon team are more or less getting their potentials awakened as well. And this actually makes for better training sessions, because now they're stronger, they can train longer, and they can really, really benefit from it. And more or less, the year had passed, and Nappa and Vegeta had arrived, and this is where things become to get a bit more interesting with the little talks between Nappa and Vegeta. Vegeta sort of scoffing at this whole thing, being fooled by the scouts. Bunch of weaklings, and you're all gonna take on Frieza? I don't think so. Don't be fooled by those scouters, boys. We're actually more than capable of taking on the both of you right here and now. Well, I'll tell you what, Fasha, I accept your challenge. And well, Nappa and Vegeta do power up, and there is a fight between Vegeta, Nappa, and the entire Dragon team, but it's not a battle to the death. It's just a battle, see where everyone's at sort of thing. It's not a serious battle to the death, and Vegeta and Nappa are just they're beyond words that these guys were able to just catch up to him like that. And Nappa and Vegeta are more or less impressed by this, and well, don't worry, they're not stupid. They've taken off their scouters. They don't want Frieza to hear any of this. After all, Frieza could just turn up and then just blow up the planet. But needless to say, Fasha's plan and desire to avenge the Saiyan race is finally coming under tuition, and, well, it'll be a nice family adventure. her and her husband Goku, or Kakarot, could avenge the Saiyan race together with Prince Vegeta, Nappa, and the older brother, who she used to make fun of a lot growing up, Raditz. Yes, when Fasha sometimes dropped in on Bardock, or when Bardock's crew would go to their mess hall, yeah, Fasha would make fun of Raditz a lot, giving him noogies and making fun of how weak he was, but she was all in good fun, you know, not to the level of making fun of him and dissing him the way Nappa and Vegeta do. And well, they're even equally surprised that Raditz has even started to catch up to Vegeta and Nappa. So really, their next step really is to plan an assault, start liberating planets, and eventually more or less take out Frieza. And this is where Bulma actually pipes up with an idea. Vegeta, is it? Yes. What is a woman? Well, how about you actually lend me one of your space pods and we can... So sorry, what was I saying? I had a bit of a slight interruption there. Oh yeah, this is where Bulma pipes up and says that she has an idea involving one of their space pods. Vegeta, can I borrow one of your space pods? We can... My father's company, Capsule Corp, is actually working on space travel right now. If we actually take your engines and necessary parts from your space pods, we'd be able to build bigger ships that can actually fit everybody in, along with a grav chamber, and that'll allow you guys to train. And I think that might be useful if you're going to take on this Frieza. Not bad, woman. My name is Bulma, and don't you forget it. Alright, very well then. Bulma. We will definitely take that under consideration. So, when do you think that'll be ready? Well, if we get started right away, I could have it up in a couple of weeks, maybe a month at the absolute latest. It's not a bad idea at all. And well, meanwhile, the more or less as the month goes by and everyone is just continuing with their training, and Nappa and Vegeta, and they can't help but be impressed with the potential of the Earthlings, you know, just like very much how Fasha was impressed by them when she first saw them. You know, they can actually raise their power levels at will, learn to sense energy and all that. This is something Vegeta and Nappa will have to learn in order to be able to get the drop on Frieza. So they're more or less interested in learning the martial arts way of doing things. And, well, just for laughs, Roshi's putting them through the entire Turtle Hermit training camp. Yep, the shells and everything. They are starting from everything. Vegeta and Nappa thinking this is a complete joke, but however, they do reap a sort of benefit from it, especially in the terms of meditation, the mystical side of martial arts, and they actually learn how to sense energy, and indeed, in time, learn to raise and lower their power level. And now, it is blast-off time for everyone. It is time to venture out in space, and yeah. And well, yeah, to begin the counter-assault and finally take this war to Frieza. And I think that's actually where we're going to leave things for right now. So what do you guys think? Did you enjoy this story? I know, not what you thought I was going to do, eh? Yes, I tried to keep DragonBall up as much as I can, but you just got to realize, because Raditz has had a relationship with Fasha, it was more or less more believable that they'd believe Fasha when they say Frieza blew up their planet along with their entire race, and this would actually convince Nappa and Vegeta to more or less join them and join the Dragon Team rather than oppose them. So, once again, as always, leave your comments in the comment section. Leave your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already. And I will see you guys again next time. I'm actually quite enjoying doing these nearly 40-minute double what if videos. If you're enjoying those more than just mere 10 to 20-minute ones that I normally do, let me know, because I'm more than happy to do more of those ones in the future. Alright, catch you later. See you around. Hey guys, ZB right here, and today I am back once again, continuing with Fasha Week with What If Fasha Survived, Part 5. And well, quickly before I get into that, firstly I would like to thank Jimmy Stetton, if you're watching, for your gift. Came in the mail today. Your custom-made flask you sent me, and it's really cool. I like it, man. So the Bugman's Picnic, you said in the email that you really enjoyed the song parody, and yeah, I see what you've done there. You've sort of drawn Perfect Cell and drawn him like a teddy bear, like the Teddy Bear's Picnic from the song that I was parodying off. And this is cool, man, and I appreciate the fan art too. It's hanging on my fridge at the moment. I'm hoping to get a portfolio so I can start sticking fan art like that people send me. And I won't ask how you found my postal address, because I haven't released that information yet. But anyway, kudos, and this was really thoughtful, man, and I'll treasure this always, you know. But for some reason, if I ever have to stop making these Dragon Ball What If videos or Dragon Ball content, at least I'll have this to remember the incredible journey. So thanks, man. Alright, so with that, we'll get straight into the video. Now, Fasha has really come a long way ever since surviving the events that claimed her planet, finding Kakarot on Earth, and at first forming like a sort of surrogate mother and son relationship with him, which also grew more or less into a romantic attachment as Kakarot began getting older and maturing into an adult. And well, this led to things with the Piccolo Jr. saga playing out differently, with Fasha facing Junior in the finals instead of Goku, and actually ended with Fasha winning the tournament and becoming the strongest under the heavens, which led to things in the Saiyan arc playing out very differently, and I mean very differently. Now originally I may have actually kept Dragon Ball Z exactly the same, but having Fasha there, a Saiyan that Raditz, Nappa and Vegeta would most likely be familiar with, it just seems it would have been more natural had Fasha actually convinced Raditz, Nappa and Vegeta to join them instead in their mission to deal with their common enemy, Lord Frieza. And needless to say, upon Raditz, Nappa and Vegeta learning the truth about their homeworld, that it was indeed Frieza that blew up their planet, just like the occasional rumour they may have heard suggested, well, let's just say Nappa and Vegeta were more willing to join this time around, and Raditz even more so, especially seeing the kind of power that his brother Goku, who when he last saw him only had a power level of mere 2, and Fasha, who was pushed her power to the point where she could face Nappa. And well, has Vegeta and Nappa just switched sides and turned good and going to be goody goods? Well, no, that would actually be very lousy storytelling, and it wouldn't really suit the character's development. After all, in the main timeline, it took Vegeta years to become a decent person. It didn't just happen overnight, and you know, same goes with same will happen in this timeline, more or less. Vegeta may have agreed to join with Fasha and Goku and the Dragon Team in getting rid of Frieza. However, he is more or less figured, as soon as this is done, I'm just gonna stop him in the ground and I will be the best in the universe. I am King Vegeta. I'll finally be king of the Saiyans like I always meant to be. Ha ha ha. You know, that's basically what Vegeta was like and how he is. And as we know, he's very childish, and Fasha is quite surprised with this Vegeta. You know, he's not at all really like his father, King Vegeta III, who was you know, pretty ruthless, vicious, and evil, and you know, even, you know, killed member of his own crew, sending Broly away, all that kind of stuff that King Vegeta III did. Vegeta was more or less just like a childish jerk, a fool. So, and well, when they first joined up, yes, they did indeed fight and battle. So there was a bit of a battle, but it wasn't, you know, because Vegeta and Nappa wanted to, you know, take over the world or anything like that, or use the Dragon Balls. They don't even know about the Dragon Balls at this point. Not even Raditz knows about the Dragon Balls at this point. He just one day felt that upsurge of power from back when Kami used the Dragon Balls to unlock everyone on Earth's potential prior to Vegeta and Nappa arriving in case a fight did break out, which it did. And well, this is where our story continues with, well, as time goes by, Nappa and Vegeta are more or less suggesting more specs for the ship, especially insisting on a grav chamber for the ship because, well, the gravity that is on planet Earth, it's not really enough to really make Nappa and Vegeta that much stronger. In fact, compared to most planets they go to, the planet is pretty weak and soft. You know, so it's not really fitting for a Saiyan's training. So Bulma has indeed installed a grav chamber and built, you know, started building a capsule corp spaceship, much like the one Goku uses in the Namek arc in the original anime. And Vegeta, quite impressed with how far technology has actually come on this planet, because according to the information they had, the planet Earth was just no way that advanced. And well, needless to say, Vegeta is kind of more or less impressed by it, and well, yeah, he does spend a lot of his time training against Fasha and Kakarot. He's still more or less stronger than the two. However, yeah, not really when they both train and fight together, and that does actually challenge Vegeta quite a bit. But one-on-one, he could still take the two. And if yeah, Nappa helped, yeah, they'd most likely overpower the two, no problem. And, well, more or less, with a bit more training going down underway, the ship is more or less ready, and everyone's ready to go aboard, and they blast off into space. And, well, Fasha is actually making sure no one tells Vegeta and Nappa about the Dragon Balls, because, well, unfortunately, at this point, Vegeta does strike Fasha as the type of person who would take a shortcut. You know, like try to make himself immortal so he'll never be challenged again so he could beat Frieza, or anything like that. So Fasha has not seen fit to trust Vegeta and Nappa with that information. They do tell Raditz, but yeah. However, Raditz at this point is quite capable of keeping his trap shut. And well, and meanwhile, Fasha, being how smart she is and experienced she is in battles, and especially in guerrilla tactics. After all, now, as we know, Fasha was never really the strongest member of Bardocks' team. In fact, she was the weakest out of the lot, with a power level of 2,000, while Bardock had 15,000, and the rest more or like were in the 10,000, 4,000, 5,000 range. Fasha was a mere 2,000, so definitely not the weakest of the bunch, but she was very reliable and smart, and was a pretty big key in Bardock and his squad's success with how intelligent she was and tactics and all that. Mind you, Bardock was pretty good with tactics and all that himself. But in Bardock's own words, Fasha was very reliable. So while they would travel in space and use the grav chamber as much as they can, the Saiyans increasing their power more and more, and you got the Dragon team in there as well, including Piccolo and everyone else. Everyone's just getting stronger and becoming all the more better for it. And meanwhile, during the trip in space and all the training, Vegeta and Nappa have learned to suppress their power levels. So when they do run into a Frieza scout that might be looking for them, after all, they've kind of dropped under Frieza's radar, and Frieza is wondering where his pet monkeys ran off to. After all, you can't really hide much from Frieza. And so, as the story continued, they always repressed their energy whenever they sensed, an oncoming Frieza Force party who may be looking for Nappa, Vegeta, and Raditz. And whenever they came across a Frieza base, they more or less had plans to liberate them, and through Fasha's leadership and experience in battle, and of course you got Nappa's battle experience as well, they were a pretty formidable team in attacking and liberating these planets and taking over these bases and taking advantage of all their equipment and all that, and making themselves a strong force. Now, currently they're hiding out on some remote planet on the edge of Frieza's influence, where there used to be like a Frieza Force facility there, but it's long since been abandoned and forgotten, pretty much ever since Frieza took over the Empire. So it's like an old cold base, just completely forgotten about. That's basically where Dragon Team and Fasha, her husband Goku, and the rest of the Saiyans are all held up, and as they are liberating planets and all that, they are bringing more and more helpful allies to their cause, who have basically had enough of Frieza's reign, of people who have formerly been repressed. And well, unfortunately, Vegeta and Nappa and Raditz's little cover was not kept secret for long, because the Frieza Force soldiers did have their scouters on and did report on who it was who was attacking them, that it was Prince Vegeta and a bunch of other monkeys. And this, of course, angers Frieza greatly with, how dare those monkeys bite the hand that feeds them? Zarbon, Dodoria, it's time you guys went out there and teach those monkeys some respect. So with that, Frieza sends Zarbon and Dodoria off, hoping to fix this mess. And well, this is where things really begin to get interesting. And well, with seeing where the Saiyans have currently attacked and began targeting, it wasn't too hard for them to really predict where they were going to go next. So Zarbon and Dodoria showed up with their respected forces and pretty much destroyed all life forms on the planet, and even killing some of their own men. But this was all in an attempt to set a trap for the Saiyans and the Dragon Team. And well, this is where Fasha, along with Goku and the Dragon Team, actually do go to this planet, and they actually do fully walk into this trap set by Zarbon and Dodoria. And well, Fasha is just smirking, and Dodoria is just taking one look at Fasha. What? You? You're alive? But I killed you. I killed you all those years ago. How could you be alive? This is impossible. Not possible. Oh, so it seems not only did you not kill Bardock that day, you missed the weakest one of the bunch too.
Shut it, Zarbon, or I'll shut your mouth for you.
I'd like to see you try. You know I'm more powerful than you. And well, in an instant, Fasha just powers up to as much as she can and just pretty much charges and attacks Dodoria. Dodoria, having no idea what's hit him, and Dodoria is just completely on top of him and wailing him. And oh, does vengeance feel sweet for Fasha. She has been waiting for this moment a long time. As we know, Dodoria was never really well liked among the Saiyans. According to pretty much every Saiyan, you know, they may have tried to somewhat respect Frieza in a way and some of the other members of the Frieza Force, but when it came to Dodoria, there's no way they could respect him. To them, he was just the complete scum of whatever planet he happened to be on. So yes, Fasha is taking her time, enjoying knocking that pink buffoon around, really just savoring it. Every hit she struck Dodoria, it was like every Saiyan that Frieza massacred, every Saiyan that he massacred was getting a shot in. And Dodoria is just like, impossible! You're a Saiyan! Saiyans aren't supposed to be this much so powerful? What's going on here? Well, unlike you, who only takes the glory of his own hard man's work, who sucks the tit of Lord Frieza, I've been busy going to hell and back and getting stronger, while you've been going soft. And with a powerful beam, Dodoria is dead, and Zarbon is just shocked, and he tries to regain his composure. You know, not a big loss. Not even I like Dodoria that much. I would say you did the Frieza Force a favor there, Fasha. It's too bad I have to destroy you. And with that, Zarbon transforms into his form, and also begins to attack Fasha. And this is where basically Goku steps in and gets a really nasty gut punch in and knocks him to the ground, powering up a Kamehameha. And Zarbon is taken out, and unfortunately for Saiyans, Frieza, of course, is listening to this. Why, those nasty monkeys! I'm gonna have to think of something fast if I'm gonna rid the universe of these apes once and for all. To think they actually have grown strong enough to take out Zarbon and Dodoria. I really should have made sure I exterminated the lot of them. That was my mistake. Ah well, it's not like they're really a threat to me. I may have to send the Ginyu Force to deal with this party once and for all. And, well, with that done and everyone more or less retreating, you've got, a new party more or less trying to find where the Saiyans and this dragon team could be hiding, and of course that party would be the Ginyu Force. And, well, then they're just not having that much luck due to the fact that, these guys can hide their power levels. The only thing they could really do at this point is just hope that really one of the Saiyans makes a bit of a mistake. However, one day, flying amongst the cosmos, this is where someone actually does make a bit of a mistake. And, well, who was this individual? Well, you could guess that it was probably Vegeta that made this mistake. He was more or less just getting frustrated that that Frieza isn't dead already, and that they're resorting to these cowardly tactics, hiding their power levels and all that. And it's not how the Saiyans originally did things. They liked going out there having a straight up fights and all that. We aren't Saiyans to be proud of. We're a bunch of cowards. And well, Vegeta being Vegeta just hasn't quite caught on that really they need to readjust. They need to find a way to get over this whole lower class elite Saiyans and all that other thinking that Frieza had and King Cold have forced upon them over the years. That era was done, and well, one day Vegeta decided to challenge Fasha, and well, this time Vegeta actually loses. And why is that? Well, you know how I said that the Dragon Team were taking advantage on the Grav Chamber 2, and I did say Fasha and Goku would train amongst themselves along with the Dragon Team. However, Vegeta and Nappa would never train together with the Dragon Team. They preferred to get stronger themselves. And well, with them not joining in with the entire team, they didn't quite get as a potent result as, say, Goku and Fasha, who had training sessions with the entire Dragon Team in the Grav Chamber, plus training on their own. So this actually pushed Fasha to more towards the level, and Goku as well, more towards the level of what Goku is when he arrives on Namek. While Vegeta and Nappa could most likely defeat Dodoria and Zarbon, but whether they'd actually be able to hold their own up against the Ginyu Force, that remains to be seen. And Vegeta throwing a bit of a tantrum and raising his power level without even thinking, well, this is when the scouters go off with the Ginyu Force and they get a fixed location on where they are. And well, they report the location to Lord Frieza immediately and descend upon the planet and commence a surprise attack. And this actually catches our good guys completely off guard. And well, with some members of the Dragon Team ending up injured, some of them getting seriously hurt and having to withdraw, and Fasha just going, "You idiot, Vegeta, you gotta watch your temper. You just brought the Ginyu Force down upon us." And well, Vegeta's like, "Huh, finally, it's about time. Now we can have a real fight. How about it, Nappa, you with me? You said it, Vegeta. Let's go teach these Ginyu Force what these Saiyans are really made of." And well, Vegeta and Nappa basically charge ahead, and Vegeta does manage to pretty much take out Gildo right there on the spot. However, Raccoon proves to be a lot more difficult, along with your Jason Berta as well. And yeah, pretty much Vegeta and Nappa are getting quite a bit of a beating, while the other Saiyans are sort of arriving to of course assist. Not that they have a choice; they kind of have to help out now because, well, Vegeta sort of brought this mess down upon them. They don't have much of a choice, and well, this is where things actually become very. And this is where things more or less begin to turn around in our good guys' favor, where Goku and Fasha pretty much just lay out Raccoon and Jason Berta, and pretty much leaving Captain Ginyu there to face Fasha and Goku alone, and Captain Ginyu just blown away by their overall power. And this is where he pulls off his change now, and actually takes possession of Goku's body. And well, this is where Fasha is being forced to battle against her own husband here, and it's actually more or less an interesting fight because, well, Fasha does have quite a bit of an attachment to Kakarot, so she's holding back, trying not to damage his body too much. But Ginyu, of course, is taking, you know, complete advantage of this. And, yeah, even Gohan's sort of holding back. Gohan can't bring himself to fight his own father. And, yeah, and with Nappa and Vegeta pretty much wounded and not able to do much at the moment, it's a pretty bad situation, really. And however, eventually, with a bit of pep talk from Fasha and Goku, who's now in Ginyu's body, well, Gohan is able to snap out of his doubts, and the trio take on Ginyu as a family and injure him enough where he's basically forced to do the change again, ending up back in his own body. Goku seeing it coming, and pretty much Fasha and Gohan fire a combined ki blast and blow away Captain Ginyu. Captain Ginyu is now dead, along with the rest of the Ginyu Force, and they're thinking, well, we've actually managed to do this and win, but how long until Frieza now knocks on their door? Perhaps it's best that they begin an evacuation process. However, there's just not enough time. They suddenly sense a really high power level coming towards them, something that's in orbit, and yes, that is Frieza himself, who has descended upon the planet. Now, could Frieza have just blown up the planet right then and there? Yeah, but we know what Frieza's like. These monkeys must suffer for all the trouble they've caused him. And well, with Frieza is face to face with Goku, Fasha, and Gohan. Vegeta and Nappa still reeling from their injuries, and Goku not really in that good a shape himself. And basically the battle between Frieza, Fasha, and her family pretty much begin, and the Dragon team are doing their best to basically fight off Frieza's soldiers who have come with him. So it's a pretty big battle, and well, more or less, Frieza, realizing that his first form's not going to cut it, pretty much transforms all the way up to his final form, and well, this is where he really begins to turn the tables. Remember, Fasha, Gohan, and Goku are pretty much already tired somewhat because of their battle with Captain Ginyu, and well, at some point, Frieza fires a death beam aimed directly from Fasha. However, Goku throws himself in front of the beam and cops a big nasty hit. A fatal hit that more or less could kill Goku. It's pretty much, you know, if he's lucky, he'll survive it, sort of thing. And when that moment happened, Fasha, looking scared, terrified for her husband, thinking back all the time she's had with Goku from when he was back from when he was a child, when she first met him, and how they bonded. How Fasha told Goku all about his parents, Bardock and Gine, and how they bonded throughout the years, and how during her time with Goku on the lookout before the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai, how she bonded with him further, and they formed a more or less romantic attachment to each other, and which eventually led to their eventual marriage after the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai, and their coupling resulting in their pure Saiyan son Gohan. And meanwhile, Raditz also equally shocked by this, and Chi-Chi just sort of trying to hold Raditz back. Yeah, Chi-Chi is there as well. And well, more or less, that all those memories and the fact that Frieza may have just taken her husband from her. Oh no, Frieza, you just pushed the Kakarot button. A rage then begins to consume Fasha as she's thinking about everything else Frieza has taken from her. Her entire civilization, her race, her friends, Bardock, Gine, her teammates, Tora, Shugesh, Borgos. All of that is flooding through her. Well, it is Super Saiyan time for Fasha. Yellow aura starts coming upon her. Her hair begins to stick up. It turns yellow to golden. Her just overflowing with this gold aura. Frieza, scared out of his mind. What's happening here? Well, Frieza, you're not dealing with the average Saiyan anymore. Fasha is now the legendary Super Saiyan. And this is where Fasha attacks Frieza with all her might, and Frieza doesn't know what to do here. He's overwhelmed. He can't even see Fasha's strikes coming, and Fasha is just beating Frieza relentlessly, almost animalistic. She is completely lost control and all sense of herself. And with that, she attacks them. She attacks Frieza with devastating blow after devastating blow. She has slammed him into the ground and flown in after him, just forcing him further and further towards the planet's core, and pretty much through there, out the other side. And yeah, Frieza just doesn't know what to do. He does manage to power himself up to at least 50% of his max, but it's still just not enough to get control over Fasha and her animalistic attacks. And there's this part where Fasha just teleports behind him, grabs his tail, and is just swinging him like this, and throws him straight through a mountainside, and then powering up a devastating Ki Blast attack, and she ultimately finishes off and kills Frieza. Fasha has killed Frieza. At long last, Fasha had finally achieved her dream to avenge the Saiyan race. As for Vegeta and Nappa, they couldn't believe what they're seeing. This low or middle class Saiyan is a Super Saiyan. Should be a power reserve for Vegeta. Even Nappa, who was among the elite. And well, with that, Goku, who is still alive but really barely, he gets a bit of a look at his wife Fasha, who has now disappeared and just gotten into one of the Ginyu Force Saiyan pod and flown away. And well, where is she going? Well, she is on her way to take down King Cold. After all, Frieza's only half the problem. King Cold, we can't allow King Cold to come back, reclaim his empire, and then the same sort of, problem just begins again. Nah, and Fasha is just that livid with rage that if she doesn't go off and fight King Cold, she may even accidentally turn on the good guys. She's still that livid and rage and that out of control with herself at the moment. She just wants to, well, like I said, take out King Cold. And well, everyone in the Dragon Team's going, oh, where's Fasha going? And Vegeta's like, huh. Well, if she's any kind of Saiyan, she'd be going after King Cold, Frieza's father. Putting him down for good before he can seek revenge. It's what I would do. And well, since Vegeta and Nappa more or less have nowhere to go, they more or less decide to go back with the Dragon Team and head back home to Earth. And meanwhile, through the months and time that they have on their own, Raditz and Chi-Chi have sort of grown really fond to each other. And well, Raditz and Chi-Chi basically get married, and Bulma has more or less fallen for Vegeta, much like she does in the original timeline. Vegeta wanting his own private grab chamber so he can train up and learn how to be a Super Saiyan himself. And also Nappa sort of joining him for training as well. After all, they both could just maybe learn it together. Why not? And well, more or less, they are more or less struggling to adapt to a life on Earth. And well, meanwhile, Fasha has indeed found King Cold's planet and has more or less begun to attack the former king, the leader of the Cold Force, as it was known back then, before it became the Frieza Force. Oh, Fasha, I haven't seen you in a long time. I thought you were dead. I thought my son had taken care of you a long time ago. Well, how have you been? With that, Fasha just still in her Super Saiyan form, and her eyes still just almost lifeless, like just white, no blue pupils as of yet. Just straight out attacks King Cold, and yeah, King Cold did not really like that sucker punch too much, and King Cold does actually power up, and we get an all-out battle between Fasha and King Cold. This time, more or less, King Cold not really underestimating her power, and well, needless to say, it still ends with King Cold ultimately being defeated by Fasha, and this is where Fasha calms down and takes the intercom and basically goes, "Attention, all members of the Frieza Force that may be on this planet. Your leader Frieza is dead, and so is his father. As of now, you are free to determine your own destiny. I won't stop you either way. Feel free to just go your own way. You don't have to obey King Cold or Frieza under protest or out of fear any longer. You may go your own way. You are all free." And with that, Fasha gets to her space pod and begins making plans to make her journey back to Earth. And I think that's actually where we'll leave things right now. So what did you guys think? Did you enjoy this story? Where are things going to go now that Fasha has made good on her plea to avenge the Saiyan race? She has indeed done that, definitely with a huge explanation point. Where are things going to go now that we're heading more or less into the the Android saga? How will Fasha's appearance actually make a difference in the Android saga? All this and more next time. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I hope you guys are enjoying Fasha Week. Next week, we're going to be doing Ginyu Week. Week after that, maybe even a Bardock Week. So, that's it for this What If, guys. Thank you for joining me, and I will see you again for the next part tomorrow. Well, if you thought how I changed the Frieza saga was something, oh, wait till you hear this wild ride. Hey guys, DB right here, and today I am back with yet another What If, continuing Fasha Week with What If Fasha Survived Part 6. And pretty much continuing right where we left off with the aftermath of Fasha and well, Fasha finally getting her revenge for the entire Saiyan race, taking out both Frieza and King Cold, and more or less the entire Dragon team finally being able to pack up their bags, get on board the Capsule Corp spaceship and start heading home, along with their the other guys, Raditz, Nappa and Vegeta. And well, things have seemed to have settled down somewhat, and they more or less have come home, settling into a life of peace, while Fasha is still flying the cosmos on her way back after flying off and dealing with King Cold. And well, on her way home, she kind of got hit by an unexpected cosmic radiation storm in space, which sent her spacepod off trajectory, and she ended up crashing on the planet Yardrat, and finally getting a little rest and being healed by the Yardratians. Fasha was more or less able to learn the abilities instant transmission as well as the Yardrat's ability of healing. After all, there's no rush to head back to Earth. And well, meanwhile, things back on Earth, like, it has been somewhat peaceful with the whole, nothing really happening at the moment. And Raditz actually deciding to marry Chi-Chi, and well, Nappa more or less pretty much retiring from the whole fighting thing and getting to work focusing on his other hobbies. He got into a hobby of gardening. After all, he used to take care of the Cybermen and help grow them. So yeah, why not? Why wouldn't Nappa get into gardening? And so, well, while that was going on, the only one who was pretty much having a problem with what was going on was Vegeta. Because, well, remember, Vegeta hasn't really gone through all that stuff that starts beginning to change his character from a complete pure evil Saiyan to the nice guy he is, say, or the nicer-ish guy who he is at this point in the story. No, he is still pretty much the evil Saiyan he's always been, and pretty much can't stand the fact that the entire Sun family is now stronger than he is. And quite frankly, he is causing problems and beginning to get on everybody else's nerves, including Nappa, surprisingly. Nappa being his subordinate. Nappa just doesn't really want to have anything to do with fighting anymore. He had his he did his thing. He had his battle with the Ginyu Force. They assisted in the whole downfall of Frieza. Nappa pretty much wants this over and done with, and it's even to the point really that not even Bulma can really stand him. And so Vegeta just pretty much scoffs and runs off on his own, and he's more or less doing his own thing. No one really knows what Vegeta is up to. He's just, I don't know, somewhere. I guess you could say he's kind of doing the Piccolo thing, hanging out in wastelands and places like that. He doesn't really want anything to do with any of them. He's basically being a spoiled child. He's been a naughty little monkey. He's never been told no before. Naughty Vegeta. Naughty. And well, suddenly, everyone senses this huge power level heading towards the planet, just all of a sudden. And, well, to answer your question, it's not King Cold, and it's not Frieza, they're both dead. No, it is Cooler, who has tracked the Dragon Team and the Saiyans here, and he is looking for revenge for his brother and father. After all, they fell by hands of Saiyans. They fell in disgrace. We gotta wipe this shame from the Cold race once and for all. And well, with mostly everyone assembled, except with the exception of Vegeta, because like I said, Vegeta wants nothing to do with anyone else. He's not even bothering with this Cooler, whatever. Well, they are suddenly, Cooler and his men are suddenly attacked by this other individual who looks exactly like Goku, except he's got a metal arm and a scar running down the right side of his face. Now, is it Goku? Actually, no. And we're going to find out who he is in a second. And he pretty much takes down Cooler's men and then takes down Cooler, almost in a similar fashion to how future Trunks more or less takes down King Cold. And well, it's yeah, it is a bit of a battle, but really not that much. Piccolo is lucky to get like 1 or 2 hits in on this. This veteran Saiyan, who is then powered up to Super Saiyan and just pretty much finishes him off in his 5th form. Everyone shocked and surprised by this power, and he just sort of mentions that Fasha will be landing here within the next few hours. And well, with that, 3 hours come and go, and he's exactly right, and he decides to talk to Fasha alone, and this is where he reveals who he is, where he came from, and everything else. And tells them that his name is Bardock, and that he is their future son, their 2nd child. I know, crazy, right? And the way he talks and behaves, his mannerisms are very similar to the original Bardock. So I thought that was a little cool something I could throw in there for you guys to enjoy. And well, he warns them, of course, about the threat of these oncoming androids that are going to be showing up in the next few years, essentially to kill everybody. However, there's a huge difference. It's not just 2 androids. He tells them there are 3 androids. 3. Android 17 and 18, and the 3rd one, he doesn't know the identity of the 3rd one, but he does know that it's someone that they all know. The 3rd android is someone from their past, someone that they know now. That's all he knows. He doesn't know a name or anything like that. It's someone they once knew. And well, with that, Bardock hands Fasha the heart virus medicine that's gonna save her husband, Goku, who's going to catch the lethal heart virus. And well, he more or less takes his leave, and the Dragon team have 3 years to get ready for this threat. And well, it's quite a doozy with mind you, they are getting quite the significant power up. You got Nappa, Raditz, Goku, Piccolo, like the entire, pretty much all the Saiyans banding together and training together. And you know, you got Piccolo joining in for the fun as well. And yeah, Chi-Chi's gonna be having a lot of dishes for a while, I think. After all, she's married to Raditz. Goku and Fasha just live next door. And not only that, yeah, you got Nappa there as well. And, of course, Chi-Chi and Raditz's own little daughter, Chira, who's also a pretty big eater in her own right. Mind you, she's only like 1 or 2 at the moment. And, well, yeah, Chi-Chi's not running all the way to the grocery store every time they need a big meal, so she pipes up one day and makes them all get their driver's licenses, or you can feed yourselves! And, well, you don't need to tell a Saiyan twice when it comes to food. And well, could you imagine a Mario Kart game with a bunch of Saiyans behind the wheel? Yeah, that's pretty much what it looks like when they're going for their driving test. The only one who actually passes is Fasha. She's very used to riding around vehicles like that, because she used to do a lot of flying with the spaceships back when she was part of Bardock's crew. So she was able to catch on how the mechanics work, lickety-split, pretty easily. And well, with that, so with that, she's actually happy driving Chi-Chi around and doing the groceries, helping her for grocery shopping, and it's time for them to have, you know, that nice girl talk and gossiping about their husbands and everything. They kind of like that. Even though Fasha's a Saiyan, but she more or less does enjoy the whole Earth custom of gossip. And well, with that, the 3 years come and go, and Goku as well as Gohan have more or less hit the Super Saiyan barrier themselves, and they have all assembled on top of the mountain, South City, and well, awaiting these androids. And this is where Yardrat shows up, gives them the sensor beams like he normally does, and yep, Bulma has arrived there too, but big difference here, there is no baby Trunks. Vegeta has not came back. No one was able to get in touch with him, and quite frankly, they are sort of more or less worried. You know, no one's heard or anything from him. It's like he just simply disappeared. And, well, needless to say, suddenly there are explosions happening down below in the city, and so they descend down towards the city, and they do find Android 17 and 18. Yes, not 19 and 20 this time, and the third android. And everyone is surprised when they find out who the third android is. Android V. V for Vegeta. And well, needless to say, everyone is just shocked by this. Vegeta, what have you done? What's happened to you? Vegeta more or less just says nothing and just straight up attacks. And well, I actually think that's actually where we're going to leave things for right now. So yeah, I know, a little bit of a quicker what if here. I'm still writing parts of this story out, and I think this is actually a pretty good cliffhanger. So what did you guys think? Did you enjoy this part, this quick addition to this what if? Let me know in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys again next time. Personally, I think it's pretty cool, and I'll be back again next time to fill you in just how we got an Android Vegeta. Alright, see you later, and I'll be back again next time. Vegeta, what on earth happened to you? Hey guys, DB Rai here, and this is the final video for Fasha Week, and don't worry, there'll be another Fasha Week in the future where I'll do another week of non-stop Fasha what-ifs. And next week, we begin with Ginyu. We begin with Ginyu Week. And well, for this video, I am continuing with What If Fasha Survived? And, well, picking up right where we left off. A little quick recap from the last episode. Frieza and King Cold are both dead, and the Dragon Team, along with Vegeta and Nappa, have since returned to Earth, and more or less, the world has more or less entered a new era of peace. However, the Prince of All Saiyans, Vegeta, had been causing a lot of problems, just unable to accept that Fasha was the first Super Saiyan, and that the entire Son family, including Raditz, had surpassed him in every way. And needless to say, this was beginning to get on everybody's nerves a little bit, including his own underling Nappa, who just sort of wanted to more or less retire with the whole fighting thing and get to work on his garden, his favorite hobby. After all, he did look after the Cybermen, and just sort of more or less made sense. And this ultimately resulted in Vegeta leaving the Dragon Team and group, just basically sulking and doing his own thing, just somewhere else. And more or less doing the Piccolo thing, guess more or less hanging out at wastelands, places like that, where he could be alone. And, well, with how the events wrapped up on the last event, with Cooler showing up, and him being stopped by Fasha and Goku's second child, future Bardocks Jr. And well, and him warning them that not 2 androids are going to cause devastation to the Earth in the future, that 3 androids are going to cause devastation to the Earth in a few years. And the only hint that really Bardocks could really give them is that the third android is someone they knew. And well, unfortunately, it's not like he had a picture or anything to show him, nor did he know the name of the individual. And so with that, and with Fasha finally returning home as well, they got stuck into their 3 years training, and well, the whole driver's license thing, Fasha was the only one who managed to get her driver's license, and she doesn't mind driving Chi-Chi around. Definitely time for some girl talk, and putting shit on their husbands. Pardon my language. I shouldn't really be swearing in what ifs. Anyway, so now continuing right where the story left off, where the androids have indeed attacked, and everyone being shocked to identify the third android is in fact Vegeta. Vegeta had been turned into an android. Not just any android, a Super Saiyan android. And well, how did this more or less happen? Well, we're about to find out right now, as the battle between the androids and the Dragon team are more or less on equal footage, and Fasha battling with Android Vegeta one-on-one. She just asks him, "What happened to you? I don't get it. What made you like this?" "Isn't it obvious? You did this to me. You drove me to this." And well, Vegeta just more or less fills in Fasha on what happened, where Vegeta was sort of flying around, powering up, sulking, destroying mountains and shit. And where was he? Well, he just happened to be in the more or less northern district, right where Dr. Giro's laboratory is located. And well, that Android 19 and 20, yep, 20 and 19 had built themselves into androids at that time. And this was just prior to Cooler's arrival in the previous part. And well, they 19 and 20 decide to investigate the commotion, because they can hear all these mountains explode, explosions and everything. Now, it'd be unfortunate if they hit his lab and destroy what he's working on. And well, 17 and 18 are more or less already been built, they've just been shut down. So 20 and Dr. Giro and Android 19 go to see what the fuss is about, and they see Vegeta, who they already know pretty well thanks to all the information they're able to gather thanks to Dr. Giro's drones. It's Vegeta. What is he doing here? But he can just have him go, "Damn that Kakarot, that Fasha, making a fool of me like this. They will pay for this one day. I swear they will pay." And well, Dr. Giro 1920, more or less overhearing this, they do, well, pretty much jump Vegeta out of nowhere and pin him down. Remember, Vegeta wasn't a Super Saiyan at this time, and hasn't really begun any sort of serious training from when he, unlike his original counterpart did in the original. Vegeta's just too busy sulking, and he was significantly a lot weaker than his original counterpart in this timeline. However, Giro, rather than just kill Vegeta on the spot and absorb his energy like he was going to, he could tell there was a certain hatred towards Goku there. A certain mutual hatred. And so Giro decides, "I'm sorry to have pinned you down like this, Prince Vegeta. And, I see you share a hatred for Goku, just like I do. Not just Goku, but his Saiyan mother as well. Well, don't worry, I want the whole lot exterminated, just like you do. Perhaps we'll be able to come to some sort of an arrangement." "What kind of arrangement?" And well, from out of nowhere, these machines are just pinning Vegeta down, and he's like, What's the meaning of this?" "Well, don't you worry, this won't hurt much." And Vegeta is more or less going under the painful process of becoming an android. And you could imagine him being part Saiyan. Yes, he would get a Zenkai from all this as well. But more or less, Dr. Giro is more or less harming Vegeta and making him an android and trying to program him so Prince Vegeta will obey him. And well, big mistake. And well, when the 3 years were up, and pretty much the day before the Vegeta's attack in the current battle that's now taking place, Vegeta and Android and 18 were waking up from their pod, and the first thing Vegeta did was destroy Dr. Gero and Android 19 for what they did to him. Although they have definitely made him more powerful, and he does have a limitless supply of energy, just like 17 and 18 do, and he's definitely more capable of, you know, pretty much beating the Dragon Team the way they are at the moment. And Vegeta is exacting his complete revenge on the entire Dragon Team. As far as he's concerned, they're just as guilty as Dr. Gero. They drove him, they drove him to leave, not respecting his authority, and all that. And yeah, that's more or less the origin story of Android Vegeta. And well, with that, meanwhile with the battle going on, and it's a pretty devastating battle, and the Dragon Team are more or less on the losing side to this. You got 17 and 18 who are perfectly good at working as a team, and they're just completely following Android Vegeta's orders, who's stronger than both of them. And yeah, well, with that, they're pretty much getting ready to deal the final blow to get rid of the entire Dragon Team, including Goku. Goku's there as well. He's not as badly affected by the heart virus due to Fasha making sure that her hubby took the medication. And well, this is where Bardock, future Bardock, the second child of Fasha and Goku, appears and gets a surprise hit on all three androids, and this is where everyone takes the opportunity to grab a hold of Fasha, and they use instant transmission to get themselves out of there. And well, they more or less just sort of end up back at the lookout, and they're gonna need some sort of trick to pull this one out of the hat. And well, Fasha suggests that they use the Room of Spirit and Time. Gohan, Bardock, Goku, Fasha, they can use the room in order to train and get stronger. Years training in one day. And of course, Piccolo more or less has his own plan as well. After all, Kami's literally right there to merge into one, and maybe they'll have a really good chance of getting rid of this threat. But of course, Kami is more or less keeping his eye on another threat that is also going on down there, and that of course would be Cell. And well, with that, the rest of the Dragon Team more or less disperse. After all, can't make the androids finding them too easily. And meanwhile, while they sort of, Piccolo and Kami do indeed merge, and Piccolo flies off to meet Cell, and meanwhile Bardock and Krillin more or less go with him. And meanwhile, Goku's just sort of lying on the bed, all knocked out and hurt. He did get pretty badly banged up by the android, so it's not the heart virus that's damaged him here. It's quite literally just the damage he took. And well, they're more or less deciding who's actually going to go into the Room of Spirit and Time first. Meanwhile, Piccolo along with Bardock have indeed met up with this bug creature, and Cell actually mistaking Bardock for Goku, because this Cell comes from a parallel world where it's future Trunks. So he doesn't know what's this what this Goku lookalike is doing here. And well, for the most part, the whole thing with the initial contact with Cell pretty much plays out per normal, with Piccolo tricking him into revealing who he is, where he came from, that he's a bio-android created by Dr. Gero, and that, yeah, he's there to absorb Android 17 and 18 and achieve his perfect form, and well, just like in the original, he uses his solar flare to escape, getting the drop on everybody, and meanwhile, Krillin and Bardock go to Dr. Gero's lab and see if they can find any sort of weakness they can exploit in the androids, and more or less that plays out the same as per normal, with them destroying the hidden bunker in the lab, destroying present day Cell that's still being constructed, and they do manage to get the plans for Android 17. So Bulma is more or less getting to work on building the remote, and meanwhile, since then, Goku has awakened from his bit of a nap, and well, Goku is wanting to train with Bardock when he returns, and yeah, why not? So Goku and Bardock are training together, which means Fasha and Gohan are going to be training together. And Nappa will more or less go in with Piccolo when Piccolo eventually returns to the lookout. And well, meanwhile, who actually goes in first? Well, Goku and Bardock more or less go in first. And well, in the meantime, Goku, Piccolo, and everyone else are more or less trying to either find the androids and get rid of them, or get rid of Cell. Because, and of course, they haven't forgotten about Android Vegeta and how much more powerful he is as well. So it's not looking good for the forces of good at the moment. Not looking too good for them at all. And well, with that, the first day more or less passes, and Goku and Bardock exit the chamber, both of them with their Super Saiyan hairs, in their Super Saiyan form, and Fasha, realizing what Goku's actually done here and how ingenious the move is, well, it is Gohan and Fasha's turn to train, and they're more or less going to do the same thing. Remember, Gohan is a Super Saiyan already in this timeline, so there's actually a chance to make Gohan even more stronger than his original counterpart in this series, just due to the fact he's already a Super Saiyan. There's no catching up that he has to do. And, well, their mother and son training is going it's going very well here. And meanwhile, Goku and Bardock have more or less joined the fray, and they do manage to end up finding. They do manage to eventually find the androids, because well, Cell found the androids, and they know where Cell is, and yeah, Cell, who in the meantime has managed to absorb 17 and has pretty much damaged Vegeta, and Android 18 pretty much resorting to having to run. Goku and Bardock are more or less battling and challenging Imperfect Cell, and second stage Cell, I should say, sorry. And yeah, and with Vegeta sort of swallowing his pride here, having to sort of step in and battle with second stage Cell as well, at least enough to give time for Android 18 to get away. Well, it is pretty much going well, but ultimately the same thing ends up happening. Krillin smashing Bulma's remote, and Cell using solar flare and managing to absorb 18 as well. Now you're probably wondering, could he absorb Vegeta as well? Actually, no. Turns out he can't. He could probably stick his needle in him and absorb him and drain him that way, like he would any other person. But no, he's not going to achieve another form if he tries to absorb Vegeta. And well, with that, Perfect Cell has met his perfect form, and with that he's pretty much unbeatable, and more or less manages to do some significant damage to Vegeta, Goku, and Bardock, who suddenly powers up, who is actually turns out to be stronger than Goku at the moment. However, he's more or less, surprise Cell, but Cell is still just that little bit more stronger than he is, and Bardock making the same mistake Trunks made, and just he's thinking about obliterating everyone right then and there, but then he just suddenly says, "Tell me, can you guys get stronger?" Well, you know what? I've decided I'm going to hold a little martial arts tournament, and we get the introduction of the Cell games. And with this more or less ends with Vegeta having to make a truce with all the people he's basically stabbed in the back. And because, well, Perfect Cell is not only stronger than they are, he's a complete abomination. You know, part of Vegeta's cells are in this monster, and you can sense Frieza and all this. This guy is an abomination, so there is a truce between Android Vegeta and the others. And well, with Fasha and Gohan now exiting the chamber, well, they've got 10 days until the Cell games, and I think that's actually where we're going to leave things for right now. So what did you guys think? Did you enjoy this part? And yeah, don't forget to leave your comments, don't forget to like and subscribe. It's actually getting harder to do the story this now, because well, thanks to Fasha being alive and being part of the story, it's really caused quite a few differences, so it's actually giving me more of a challenge coming up with this what if scenario. So thank you, Jamie Knives, for suggesting this what if. It's been a lot of fun, and right now it's the most popular what if on this channel. Anyway, so we'll be back with that again next time, or at least once I write out the next part. And I'll be back again for more what ifs anyway. Remember, next week is Ginyu week.
Hey, Vegeta, where's your off button?
Hey guys, DP Bry here, and today I am here continuing with What If Fasha Survived? Part 8. Now I know you guys have been looking forward to this one. I've had it requested quite a few times throughout the comments, and so finally decided it was time to get back into this one. And well, now that I've had some idea on where I was going to go with it next, and well, it's certainly been quite the interesting story for Fasha, who had miraculously survived the incident involving Dodoria and his men ambushing her and her entire team of Saiyans. And well, rather than just killing her off, just like Toei Animation did for their Bardock TV special, I more or less had it that she somehow managed to survive, just, you know, picking herself up, dusting herself off from the rubble, and just managing to survive. And yeah, and well, then learning the truth of what happened to her homeworld, Frieza destroying it, and of course her realizing the planet is no longer there, she, well, decided to go to Earth to track down that other Saiyan space pod, who of course turned out to be little Kakarot, who's been more or less sent off world. And well, it took Fasha quite a few years to actually track Kakarot down, just due to Kakarot being as weak as he was at the time, more or less blending in with the average power levels of the human race. At least until the events of the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai came down, and this is where Fasha came face to face with Kakarot, who is known as Goku at this time, because, you know, bumped his head, forgot everything. And this led to Fasha more or less becoming almost a mother figure in Goku's life, and more or less training with him while she was thinking of a plan to get her revenge on Frieza. However, for a time she sort of began to forget about feelings of revenge after more or less being taken in by the Dragon team, and, you know, just becoming part of that big family. And also, throughout the years as Goku began getting older and becoming his own person, Fasha began to more or less admire Goku in a more romantic kind of way. And with Goku, it was more or less vice versa. After all, a pure Saiyan and a pure female Saiyan, you know, sparring together, you know, that is how Saiyans bond after all. You know, and, you know, you don't spend that much time with someone and, you know, not develop feelings for that person on some level. And, well, their love only grew stronger when they had to train on Kami's lookout for the 3 years in preparation for Piccolo Jr. And, well, at the end of the Junior arc, they more or less got married, had a child, and, well, this is where Raditz more or less came into the story, and, well, thanks to Fasha being there, a Saiyan that Raditz is very familiar with, having known Bardocks' entire crew, and the times she would sometimes mess with Raditz, putting him in headlocks, giving him noogies, and making fun of him for being weak. Not in a serious manner, mind you, in a joking fashion, not like how Nappa and Vegeta ridicule him. And, well, thanks to Fasha, Raditz believed her claims that it was indeed Frieza that blew up the planet, and actually more or less manages Raditz, Vegeta, and Nappa, who are listening in, to come over to their side, and they actually do begin plotting revenge against Frieza, which eventually Fasha does succeed in getting revenge on Frieza during a big epic battle on some planet where they were hiding out. At some point Frieza just sort of managed to track them down, and well, with Goku getting badly wounded at the hands of Frieza, this triggered Fasha's Super Saiyan transformation, and she was able to put down the tyrant for good, and then proceeded to leave the planet where the Dragon Team and Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, and all that were hiding on, and pretty much led a one Saiyan army Super Saiyan assault on King Cold and got rid of him as well, and getting herself lost and learning instant transmission up on planet Yardrat. And, well, this is when Cooler was also more or less taken out of the picture by Fasha and Goku, after Fasha, of course, returned home from her outer space adventure. Yeah, Cooler came knocking, and he was more or less taken out by the entire Sun family as well, because you had the addition of Gohan and Raditz there as well. Gohan, being Fasha and Goku's first child, being a pure Saiyan and a prodigy, quite the prodigy at that. And, well, this is where they more or less got warning from the future version of their second child, Bardocks Jr., who was warning them that 3 androids, not 2, will more or less lay waste to the planet and kill everyone, and that one of the androids is someone they knew. And, well, when the 3 years came and passed, they got the biggest shock on their lifetime when they identify the third android was in fact Vegeta, who basically got tired of being weaker than the entire Sun family, making a scene every single time, and more or less everyone just being sick and tired of him. Vegeta sort of ran off on his own, sulking and training on his own, until basically he ended up towards the North Mountains, and basically he was ambushed by Dr. Gero and Android 19, who since built him into an android, and Vegeta since stirring up plans of revenge for the entire Dragon team, because as far as they're concerned, they were just as guilty as putting him there as Dr. Gero. And, well, the story continued from there, and of course the Dragon team barely managed to survive the encounter. And, well, this is where Cell began making his appearance, causing his trouble, just like he does in the original. And, after succeeding in absorbing 17 and 18 and leaving Android Vegeta damaged and, very badly damaged, Vegeta does agree to a truce with the Dragon team. They've got a common enemy now. They've got to get rid of this Cell guy. And with the stench of Frieza on Cell, because Frieza cells and everyone else's cells, it's like one big insult. And so, with that, we got the whole Room of Spirit and Time fiasco going on as per, well, not really per normal, because all the Saiyans are taking a turn, and, well, Vegeta tries to actually signal Nappa to train with him. After all, Nappa's been his lackey for years. He thought Nappa might want to join him in for his day in the chamber, but nah, he refused too, shockingly. And this is where Fasha pipes up and volunteers to go into the Room of Spirit and Time with Vegeta. And, well, this is where our story now continues. Well, everyone else is more or less looking at news for the Cell games. Well, actually, they would have already known about this. They're more or less doing some last-minute preparations for the Cell games. Goku and Gohan more or less taking it easy like they do in the original. And meanwhile, inside the chamber, Fasha and Vegeta are training their hearts and souls out. Vegeta being stubborn, mostly training on his own. And, well, let's just say there was a reason Fasha volunteered to train with him. All this tension that Vegeta's been dealing, all this anger that he's been pitting with, it's been pointed at Fasha all these years. This low-class Saiyan outclassing him and everything like that. It was time to, once and for all, put this at rest, bring Vegeta completely back into the fold, because Fasha does realize she was somewhat responsible for this. And, yeah, it's time. She and Vegeta had a really good talk with each other. When I say talk, I mean a complete Super Saiyan / Android powered beatdown. And, well, this gave them opportunities to just battle their frustrations out on each other. Fasha was angry at him for betraying them, becoming an android, and more or less, being responsible for harming people. And, actually letting Dr. Gero do this to him, complete insult and a disgrace to the Saiyan race in Fasha's opinion. And more or less, Vegeta still holds on to anger because he was more or less abandoned by the Dragon team. And he felt that way. Sure, he was frustrated he couldn't do Super Saiyan transformation himself, but, how would you feel people you thought were your friends, more or less, abandoned you? Didn't take your feelings into account whatsoever. And that's more or less Vegeta's rage, even though he doesn't really admit that. So, with them battling each other up through an exchange of fists and whatnot, they do manage to beat their frustrations out. And with that, Fasha just sort of looks to Vegeta and apologizes to him for more or less failing him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you felt you had to leave us. And I'm sorry that, you know, that I never shared this power with you. Like I really care about any of that. I would have figured it out myself, you know. Look, I know deep down you're just an unsure little boy, and that's pretty much how Vegeta behaves. He's definitely unlike his father, and Vegeta, even though he's not good at expressing how he really feels, you can sort of tell with that. The whole thing about wanting to be a Super Saiyan, you know, it's all to do with his pride. You know, and it's something he just never was really able to get past. However, through these training sessions with Fasha, and Vegeta showing really good results with it, mind you, and Fasha as well, because yeah, when they train together, they do really tear it up. And well, with that, Vegeta more or less actually apologizes for the trouble he's caused them. It's not exactly a really good apology. It's more like a I'm trying to think here, how would you phrase it? It was more like one of those, you know, yeah, I'm sorry. It was genuine, but it just didn't sound genuine. And well, this is pretty much as good as you're going to get with the Saiyan Prince anyway. And well, with that, the two do emerge from the chamber, and both of them are quite significantly more powerful. How powerful? They're about on equal footing. Vegeta and Fasha more or less jumps and embraces her husband Goku with a hug and a kid. And well, a few days later pass from then, and now it is time for the Cell games to begin. And well, this is pretty much a really huge battle right from the start. You got, after Hercule and his so-called alleged students attempt to battle Cell first, yeah, they're more or less defeated just like they are in the original. And now you pretty much have Fasha stepping up to the plate, battling with Cell first. And well, unlike Goku, Fasha actually does not intend on quitting or stopping the fight. And it's a very similar fight to how Goku and Cell battle in the original, because Fasha does have instant transmission as well, so she is able to avoid Cell's deadly Kamehameha attack. And well, with Cell's regenerative capabilities, the toll is more or less beginning to take a toll on Fasha, she's doing everything she can to defeat Cell, but it's just not quite enough. And well, more or less, Fasha is more or less beaten in the tournament, and Cell was actually going to finish her off with like a Frieza-style death beam. However, this is where Goku just sort of knocks it out of the way and gets his wife out of there. And Cell just looking on. Huh, so Goku, are you gonna fight me now? Come on, entertain me. And well, this is where Goku goes, I don't need to fight you, Cell. There's someone stronger here who can take you down. And well, this is where he points to his son, Gohan. And just like in the original, Gohan does have quite a bit of an arsenal of power, if not even greater than he is in the original. Being a full Saiyan and being the son of Goku and Fasha, he was actually born with a latent potential higher than what he had in the original. And I've always more or less stated that for a fact. And well, unlike the original Gohan, this one can tap into it right away. He's well aware on how powerful he is, and he's not so battle shy and doesn't mind the fight. After all, he is a pure Saiyan after all, and he is more or less a lot like his parents. He does have some traits from the original Gohan, but as far as being a Saiyan's concerned, he is all business. And well, Goku does do what he usually does in this timeline, giving Cell a senzu bean. Cell being confused by the gesture, but Goku's got that sort of look going, you'll see. And well, right off from the bat, Gohan is giving Cell a beating like you wouldn't believe. And Cell can't even do anything with this powered up Gohan. He is quite literally no match, and just like in the original, Gohan does hit him really hard, and he more or less perks up Android 18, who is more or less Vegeta's girlfriend in this timeline. Just, that common enemy and wanting to kill Zero and all that, they really bonded over that. So yeah, Vegeta and 18 are actually more or less a couple in this one, so Vegeta is quite happy to see 18 again, and well, after that, Cell gets desperate and goes to blow himself up like he does in the original, but instead of Goku sacrificing himself, because remember, he doesn't have instant transmission, it is Fasha that does the deed. She teleports to her son, smiling at him, telling Gohan that she is so proud of him, so proud of how strong he's become. And Bardock Jr. trying to talk her out of this. After all, that's her future second son. And Goku looking there just as shocked and more or less upset. And suddenly, Fasha uses instant transmission to instant transmission herself and Cell into somewhere in space. And pretty much, you can imagine Fasha's pretty much dying right then and there, because she can't breathe in space. And well, Cell blows up. So I guess the good thing about this is that King Kai doesn't get his planet blown up. And, yeah, as for that, no planet actually gets blown up. Fasha does die, and, this, saddens Gohan even further and whatnot, but except Cell hasn't died. He does regenerate in the vastness of space, using now instant transmission that he's picked up from Fasha, and he has showed up, and he has immediately fired a death beam, well, piercing Goku. Goku ends up dead in that right there on the spot, and he then tries to fire another death beam shot, aiming straight for Bardock Jr. Gohan getting in the way of that, getting his arm damaged just like he does in the original. So now Gohan is more or less a bit weakened by this, and Cell is so sure he's going to win now. We get the whole big Kamehameha struggle with Gohan having to use one arm, and well, unlike the original where Gohan's worried about the state of the planet, if he does this, it can be restored by the Dragon Balls, and Gohan knows that, and he knows that full on well. And remember, he's not as timid as the original and unsure of himself. So there's no stopping Gohan, and what Cell just did to his family, killing both his parents, Gohan powers up with all his might, and Cell is disintegrated by the blast. Every last cell destroyed. Perfect Cell is dead. Moments before his death, Vegeta could only look to Gohan and just say, "I'm sorry for everything." After all, Android 17 and 18 were absorbed during his watch. And with that, Gohan passes out and he's taken to the lookout. And well, you're probably wondering, how is Fasha and Goku going to come back? There are no Dragon Balls in this reality anymore because Piccolo merged with Kami, and there was no Namek Saga in the previous arc. Well, after arriving on the lookout, this is where a glimmer of hope more or less hits our heroes. They get a sudden message from a mysterious stranger who has been left out of the series so far in the whole story. That is, of course, King Kai. And King Kai has gone,
Hey, kid, he's addressing Gohan. I saw the whole thing there. You really did Earth a great service, kid. I'm sorry to hear about your parents, but don't worry, I have a solution. You could just go to Planet Namek and ask to use their Dragon Balls. The coordinates are, whatever the coordinates are. And well, with that, after everyone's recovered, they're all aboard the new Capsule Corp ship on their way to Planet Namek, and the Nameks wholeheartedly agree to give them the Dragon Balls because they could actually sense what was going on Earth all the way through from there. If they hadn't stopped this monstrosity, he could have found his way to their planet and did the same thing. So the whole universe and galaxy is more or less indebted to these heroes. So yeah, no worries. Go ahead, use the Dragon Balls. And well, since then, you're probably wondering, is Guru still the eldest Namek? No, he passed away quite some time ago. It has been passed on to Moro, and well, they use their Dragon Balls, and well, for the first wish, they bring back Goku and Fasha, and well, with the third wish, they ask if any damage to the planet Earth can be restored. And well, they did. And then, well, they more or less ask if there'd be a Namekian willing to come back and be the new guardian of Earth so they can restore their Dragon Balls. And well, yes. And a young little Namekian named Dende volunteers. A very gifted Namekian child. And so, with that, they're on their way back to Earth with another month's space travel. And well, with their arrival, Earth is once again back at peace, and well, Goku and Fasha are both alive again, thanks to their son's heroic deeds, and King Kai recognizing the bravery and heroism of the young child. And I think, so now that Earth is now back at peace and have their Dragon Balls restored, well, yeah, the world is now back entering a new era of peace, and over the years, well, we've got a couple of new members to the Dragon Team family to be added. First of all, there is Raditz and Chi-Chi's child, Chira, and of course, Fasha and Goku do indeed have Bardock Jr., the present Bardock Jr., their second child, and Vegeta and Android 18 also have a little girl named Regina. And I thought, yeah, that'd be a perfect name for Vegeta and Android 18's child. It's definitely an Earth name, but it also sounds kind of Saiyan. And yeah, I thought that would be pretty cool, as we are now beginning to more or less enter the Buu saga. And well, Vegeta is welcome at Capsule Corp whenever he wants to use the Grav Chamber.
Nappa more or less is getting into his gardening and still training with the Dragon Team whenever possible. And well, over the years, Raditz and Nappa do cross into the ranks of Super Saiyan themselves. And yeah, and well, you got a more independent, more confident Gohan heading into the years of high school, where he has now met Videl, Sharpener and Eraser, and well, this is now where we're going to be leaving things for this story. So what do you guys think? Did you enjoy this story? Don't forget to like and subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Definitely leave your thoughts in the comments if you think there's something I've missed, or whether I've made a mistake that I haven't realized I made, or created some sort of inconsistency from any previous part I may have made. It does happen. It does happen. And yeah, I will see you guys again for the next video and more content for this channel. And you guys take care. You guys are awesome. Yous who have been supporting this channel, and just the way the channel has grown. I couldn't believe it. I didn't think I was ever gonna get even 400 subscribers doing this. I knew there were other channels who did what ifs that do really, really well, get 100k subscribers, 500k subscribers, and but I didn't actually think my channel itself would even hit 400 subscribers. Me doing Dragon Ball what ifs, me basically just sitting here in front of the camera talking about Dragon Ball Z. So it's really cool. So thank you guys for joining in. I'm glad you guys enjoy the content I do. And well, I'll be back here next time with more content. Alright, catch you later. It has been 7 years since the whole Cell Games incident went down, and now it is now time for an era of peace between Goku, Fasha, and the family. Hey guys, DB right here, and today I am back continuing with What If Fasha Survived? A pretty interesting tale concerning the weakest member of Bardocks' crew managing to somehow survive the ambush by Dodoria and his men perpetrated in the Bardock TV special, and was able to avoid the entire destruction of her homeworld, and eventually meeting up with Kakarot on Earth. Or Goku, I should say, because he still bumped his head and forgot everything. And well, it's been quite an interesting story throughout the days of Dragon Ball, Fasha developing feelings for Goku as he got older and started, I guess you could say, started looking more like her first love, Bardock. And yeah, things just sort of went from there. Fasha even using one of the 3 wishes that we had during Kakarot and Fasha's time training at the Lookout with Kami before the Tenkaichi Budokai tournament where Junior makes his appearance. Fasha actually used the Dragon Balls to reduce some of her age so she could grow old with Goku. After all, assuming they were the only Saiyans left, wouldn't you want to go out together with another one of your own? Well, that's exactly what was on Fasha's mind at the time. And well, born with little Gohan and the Raditz reunion playing out very differently, this led to Fasha finally acting out her hidden ambition plan to avenge the Saiyan race, bringing Raditz back into the fold, and eventually Nappa and Vegeta joining them as well. The Dragon Team were able to plot a series of attacks, slowly taking over Frieza's influence in space and liberating planets, eventually leading to Lord Frieza's downfall when Fasha unleashed her Super Saiyan prowess and destroyed the Great Emperor. And with all the Saiyans and the Dragon Team resettling back on Earth, things seemed to be rather peaceful for a time, until Vegeta's sudden departure from the group, and a warning from Fasha and Goku's future son from the future, Bardock, yes, Bardock, renamed for his grandfather, Bardock. And he warned them that there would be 3 androids, not 2 androids, that would lay waste to the planet, and that the third one was someone they knew. However, he just never knew the person's identity, no photographs or anything like that. Just, yeah, not many people were around to really tell him the identity of the third android. And well, as it turned out, 3 years later, it turned out that the third android was in fact Vegeta, who had been captured by Dr. Gero in 19 while he was out moping, and got transformed into an android, which not only increased his power as a Saiyan, it also helped him unlock the Super Saiyan transformation himself, and that he would declare vengeance on the entire Dragon Team for neglecting him, and of course, take revenge on Dr. Gero for making him like this. Dr. Gero, you may have given him the tools for his vengeance, but you still did him wrong. And well, with him breaking up 17 and 18, the duo could have caused quite a lot of carnage. However, the Dragon Team pretty much wrapped that up pretty quick, and especially with the appearances of Cell absorbing both Android 17 and 18 and leaving Android Vegeta for dead, he is forced to once again team up with the Dragon Team, and well, no one else was really willing to go into the Hyperbolic Time Chamber with Vegeta except for Fasha. And the good thing about this is that Vegeta's hatred towards Fasha and the Dragon Team was pretty much settled within their 1 year in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, them pretty much beating each other up to a pulp constantly and just settling their differences. Vegeta learning that it doesn't matter what class of a Saiyan you are, one Saiyan can surpass the other. It didn't matter. And this led to Cell's ultimate defeat at the hands of Gohan when both Fasha and Goku sacrificed themselves to try and stop Cell, and this unleashed their son Gohan's full potential, and he was able to wipe out Cell and ultimately finish him off. And well, thanks to this being Goku and Fasha's, both of them, their first deaths, they were brought back and restored by the Dragon Balls, no problem, and now the story officially continues. We are now at a big era of peace, and well, things have certainly become more interesting. Vegeta has since married Android 18, and have got a sort of, got a half Saiyan child out of it, named Regina, and of course, well, you've also got Goku and Fasha's second child, Bardock, who has pretty much just taken over the role of Goten, especially with that hairstyle, and hence the name Bardock. And, well, Gohan, he's now settled in and begun high school, and even though he is a Saiyan and he does love training with his parents and battling, he does have more or less a more balanced lifestyle in this timeline. He would study with Bulma all the time. Whenever Fasha and Goku would visit Bulma and bring Gohan along, he was always more or less fascinated with how things in the world worked, and all that. So Gohan was able to still get a fine education and still be enrolled in Orange Star High School. And well, as for Raditz, who is married to Chi-Chi in this timeline, they've got a half-Saiyan child of their own too, named Chi-Ra. And, well, she's more or less around the same age as Bardock and Trunks, who is Yamcha and Bulma's kid. He has a bit of talent for fighting as well, but much like his old man, he prefers baseball. And you can imagine he's pretty smart too with the whole sciencey stuff, being a member of the Briefs family. And so, hopefully with all that now caught up, everyone's married and joined up, and we have all the children sorted out, we shall continue. Yes, peaceful times indeed. And well, whenever Goku would spend a lot of his time sparring with his wife, and the two would continue getting stronger together, while Raditz is having a bit of a harder time being married to Chi-Chi, finding time to train, who's always insisting he gets a job. And so, with Goku's help, they have now started the Goku, or rather Sun family farming, industry. You know, what Goku does in Dragon Ball Super, planting radishes and crop and selling them. However, with Raditz, with him, it's more or less a bit more, the business is a bit more prosperous than it is in, say, Dragon Ball Super, where it's just Goku, because Raditz does have a bit more brains than his brother and does understand business a bit more. After all, he was part of the whole Saiyan taking over the planet pirate trade. So yeah, Raditz does understand business. And you know, whenever business would slow down or wherever they got time off, the two brothers would train together whenever they could. But yeah, Raditz definitely does have the short end of the stick in this deal. And well, whenever Fasha and Goku would join Chi-Chi and Raditz for dinner, well, you can imagine that Fasha does love hunting some wild boar and wolves, anything else that lurks around at Mount Palzu, and you know, they're happy to sit by a nice campfire, roasting a boar or something and feasting to that. And for Fasha, that was a good time. It reminded her of the old days, back when she was going to other planets with the rest of her crew, with Bardock, Tora, Faja, Shugesh, and Burgos. You know, after they'd successfully complete a mission, they'd roast their kill on a fire and enjoy the spoils. Such as tradition in the Saiyan world. So, she always looked forward to those kind of nights, so, which was good news for Chi-Chi, which meant, you know, they weren't around eating her out of house and home all the time. After all, Raditz and Chi-Ra were bad enough. And well, you could imagine Chi-Chi is very strict on, in terms of, Chi-Ra and training. Tries to keep her, you know, studying, and has her, you know, helping her out with chores, where Chi-Ra just sort of wishes she could play and join everyone else for training. And she actually sees them a lot. She's half Saiyan as well. She wants to join in the fun as well. Especially training with her cousin Bardock. And, you know, she would try and sneak away and get some training in herself, but it's never sort of as fluent as the rest of them are going to be. But, just like all the other Saiyans of that particular generation, she does have really great potential. And, well, with that, one day, and you know, whenever Regina would stop by as well, because, like I said, the whole Vegeta hostility towards the Dragon Team and wanting to surpass Kakarot and things like that, that whole thing is gone. Fasha took care of that with their year together in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. So, Regina would also join in for training as well, and, well, one day, let's just say all the parents got the biggest surprise of their lives, when, one day all the children suddenly started going Super Saiyan. And, well, in Bardocks' case, while Kakarot was away helping Raditz out with the business, and yes, the business has started earlier in this timeline. It hasn't started Dragon Ball Super. This is before Buu. Why not? Goku's alive. Why not have the business start off early? You got Raditz there as well. You got Fasha. Yeah, why not? So anyway, so while Goku was away at work, Fasha would do some light sparring with Bardock, and of course she would hold back because, well, she actually has no idea how strong her kid actually is. And, well, one day she put a little bit more pressure on him than what she normally would, and out of sheer frustration, the kid suddenly went Super Saiyan and got a surprise strike on Fasha in her base form, and she just, sort of reeling in pain, looks to her kid. "You're a Super Saiyan," and she sort of passes out. Just because, it was a surprise hit, and then Goku ends up returning and sees that Fasha's on the ground, just in pain a little bit, and Goku's like, "Oh, what happened here?" "Our son, Bardock, he's a Super Saiyan." "Huh? Really? A Super Saiyan at that age? Oh well, I'll be. Well, let's see what you got." Goku wanting to get in on the action, and he battles his son as well. Now, unfortunately, this was only a quick burst of Super Saiyan power that Bardock pulled off earlier. He hasn't got it down yet. And well, just like when he was sparring with his mother, he accidentally pulls it off again and hits Goku with a surprise shot in the face. Difference is, this doesn't end up knocking him out like it did with Fasha, because, well, Goku was more or less ready for it. But it was still a surprise hit, and he's like, yeah, your mum's not lying, you did pull off the transformation. Now if we can only keep you that way. So, with that, they begin a little family project on keeping Bardock's transformation more permanent. And meanwhile, Regina has more or less pulled off the same. In fact, she's quite unnatural at it. She was able to pull it off no problem to Vegeta's surprise. Much like how his son Trunks surprised him in the hyperbolic time chamber in the original. Yeah, exactly, just like that. And well, Yamcha can't do, Yamcha and Bulma's kid obviously can't go Super Saiyan because he ain't a Super Saiyan, he's human. And yeah, he's no match for these other kids. So they gotta go really easy on him whenever he feels like sort of training with them. But he's more or less sort of keeping his training up to help with baseball. He wants to be a good baseball player like his dad. And yeah. And, well, having a college degree in mechanics and things like that when he's older won't hurt as well. After all, Bulma is very smart. She will make sure he gets a good education. And, well, as for Gohan in high school, he has since met Sharpener, Eraser, and Videl. And, well, if you think the original Gohan had trouble hiding his powers in high school, the Fasha and Goku version of Gohan is a lot worse at it. He is a lot worse at it. Everyone could tell there is something not normal about this kid. Even when he tries to do the whole Great Saiyaman thing, like the original Gohan, yes, we still get that. He just can't. It's obvious who he is. But still, Videl is still impressed, and this Gohan isn't afraid to stand up for himself and whatnot, and Videl finds that, very appealing and attractive. So she's more attracted to our Gohan than she is with the original one, because this one is more in touch with his Saiyan roots. He's not timid or as timid as the original Gohan. And, well, with that whole thing, they do bond really quickly, saving the city from criminals and all that thing. And, of course, Videl wanting to learn how to fly. And this actually made her a more frequent visitor to the Sun family because there was no secrets. They were very open up about who they were, the Saiyans and all that, what they were, filling her in. And Videl more or less found this pretty fascinating. And, she was keen to learn about Ki and how to do all these martial art tricks herself. And she was curious if she'd be able to because she wasn't a Saiyan, but they assured him that, humans are perfectly capable of learning how to fly and use Ki and all that as well. In fact, humans' potential for getting stronger and more powerful, I actually still think to this day could actually rival Saiyans if they really went at it. especially if humans could master, you know, Mystic Ki like Mystic Gohan in the original. After all, you know, look how powerful Roshi appears, and he's ultimately not that strong. He's not that strong, yet he can tangle with members of the Frieza Force, knock out powerful warriors in the Tournament of Power. So, yeah. So, Videl would be a frequent visitor here, and she doesn't mind the whole campfire stories, joining them to eat a roasted dinosaur or whatever else they hunted or whatever. Even though it's not city food what she's used to, and did gross her out at first, but she did quite enjoy the living and lifestyle, and she just liked hanging around Gohan. Even though she wasn't admitting it. Nah, all about the martial arts training so I can beat you in the tournament. You know how she's all like that. Yeah. You may fool them, Videl, but you do not fool us who have watched and seen the show before. We know, we see the future, because we've seen it all before. I'm having a bit more fun with you guys this time. Not a bad thing. Alright, so with that, the whole training and the tournament coming up, everyone decides they're actually going to enter and compete in this tournament. After Videl pretty much told everyone about it, everyone's keen to join in and enter the tournament. Vegeta's just as keen, Android 18's keen, their children are keen. Of course, they'll end up in the juniors division, and well, with that, I think we'll actually leave things right here. I know I didn't cover too much in this part in terms of the story. I just really wanted to get into what the children are like now. What the children are like in this story, what this version of Gohan has become, and pretty much what their lifestyles are kind of like. And, you know, since there's a lot of characters here, and a lot of characters who are alive in this reality, such as Raditz and Nappa, who's the one character I actually forgot in this What If. I assure you, Nappa does train as well, and has since become a Super Saiyan himself, but he's more focused on his gardening, and that actually increases into the business that Raditz and Goku have started. So it's like an expansion on that. So not only do they farm, you know, they've got Nappa doing his whole garden thing as well, and that makes them more money as a whole as well. They're actually quite the formidable business, as it turns out. You know, Nappa had quite the experience gardening after, you know, planting Cybermen all these years, so gardening is the perfect hobby for him.
Hey, Vegeta, don't you dare stand on my flower bed. You hear me? No standing on my flower bed. No!
Alright, so yes, again, with that, that's where we're going to leave things for right now. And next time, we'll be heading full swing into the Buu saga. And it's going to be interesting how I'm going to work that, because there's no instant transmission in this. Oh wait, yes there is. Fasha has instant transmission. I forgot about that. Okay, so good. There is instant transmission at least. But there isn't Fusion Dance. Because Goku and Fasha were brought back at the end of Cell games, Goku doesn't hang out with all those other warriors and learn the Fusion Dance. So there's no Fusion Dance in this reality, and I think this is going to make things interesting in the Buu saga. A bit more interesting. Anyway, that remains to be seen. So, as always, don't forget to leave your comment, don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys again next time as we go through the Buu saga with What If Fasha Survived? Catch you later. See yous. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Fasha, what's wrong? Kakarot, Gohan, get away from me!
Hey guys, DB Rai here, and today I'm continuing with What If Fasha Survived Part 10. And well, I'm going to be going straight into where I last left off, so no really long recap here. If you guys want to check out the earlier entries to the series. I have it together in the playlist, What If Fasha Survived the playlist. So feel free to check that out and feel free to catch up on this story and all its glory. Right. So pick 7 years had passed since the defeat of Cell, and the Tenkaichi Budokai is about to begin just prior to Majin Buu's arrival. And just like in the original, Videl had unmasked Gohan's secret identity as the Great Saiyan Man. Gohan in this reality not going soft due to the fact that, well, Fasha and Goku are Gohan's parents in this reality, as well as they would make sure that Gohan kept up his training and wouldn't go soft, as well as continuing with his studies, which he turned out to be pretty smart because he would study all the time, especially when visiting Bulma. So we haven't actually taken away anything from Gohan, but we have given him the power that, quite frankly, he should have always had, in our opinion. Alright, now with the Tenkaichi Budokai about to begin, at least the Junior Division version of it, we saw the daughter of Android 18 and Vegeta, Regina, Bardock Jr., the second son of Goku and Fasha, or rather Kakarot and Fasha, and of course Trunks, the son of Bulma and Yamcha, in this reality, plow through the Junior Division, no problem. Trunks ultimately losing to Regina in the semi-finals match, battling with Bardock Jr. in the finals, with, well, basically, Bardock Jr. getting the win, being the fresh one in. And that's pretty much the only reason he was able to defeat Regina. With that, we started heading into the adult sides of the tournament, with that pretty much playing out like it did in the original. Videl, who got... Well, actually, this actually was different. Videl actually managed to beat Spopovich in this reality, just due to the fact that meeting up with Gohan and, well, being around Fasha and Kakarot, who would not hold back in front of her despite Gohan's wishes, she was able to learn basically about the Saiyans, and they were actually committed in letting her train with them, so she was able to progress further along and actually become strong enough to actually hold her own against Spopovich in the tournament, and actually being strong enough to beat him in the tournament. Not necessarily stronger than him in raw power, but strong enough to surprise him enough to knock him out of the ring and out of the tournament. Which is good. I always feel bad, when Videl gets that savage beating in the original. It's brutal. So we gave Videl a bit of justice here. I know Videl fans are going to enjoy that. However, that didn't stop Yamu and Spopovich from ambushing Gohan later and taking his power, to the surprise of everybody, with the exception of Kibito and the Supreme Kai, who are now chasing after Spopovich and Yamu to find out exactly where they are going with Gohan's energy. With that, Fasha, Goku, even Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo were all following suit, while Gohan had to lie there, being rested. Where's everyone going? I go, Gohan, you'll be fine. Kibito healing, restoring our hero to full health, and Gohan Videl flying suit. However, this time, Videl was able to keep up with the hero. She didn't have to fly back. Although Gohan did try to convince her to go back in case this just may be a little bit too dangerous for her, Videl was not going to leave, was not going to back out on Gohan. Oh no. So with that, with everyone assembled, Spopovich and Yamu hand over Gohan's energy to their master Barbody. And well, just like in the original, Barbody dealt away with his two subordinates from Earth, feeling like they had served their purpose. However, despite Supreme Kai's best intentions and hiding and watching, Barbody was able to sense them on the shot and sets Dodoria on our unsuspected heroes, Kibito being destroyed on the spot, Krillin and Piccolo all falling victims to the stone statue. Flick. And well, with that, our remaining heroes, Videl, Fasha, Goku, Vegeta and Gohan all follow. Suit, Supreme Kai trying to protest, but even Videl insisting that they've got to even the score for what has happened here. You can't let the bad guys get away with this. Don't worry, we'll be fine. And well, Fasha quite taking a liking to Videl. Her instincts are quite Saiyan in a way. I gotta say, Gohan, I like your girlfriend. What? Mom? She's not my girlfriend. Why would you say such things? Oh yeah. Sure, Gohan. Sure. With that, the battle against Pui Pui in Stage 1 begins. Surprisingly, it is actually Goku who battles first in this reality. After all, why don't we mix around the opponents a little bit? And with ease, Goku defeated Pui Pui just as easily as Vegeta did in the original. Vegeta would take on Yakon. And well, just like Goku, Vegeta had no problem with Yakon. After realizing that his Super Saiyan energy would be sucked up by the beast, Vegeta decided to not go Super Saiyan and battle him normally and managed to beat the nasty monster, no problem. Even with Yakon's so-called advantage with the Planet of Darkness. And well, with that, Gohan was left wondering who would face him and why. That some guy would be keeping him waiting like this. His opponent, of course, would be Dodoria, who was taking his time in the meditation room, gaining more and more power to defeat the intruders. Meanwhile, after Bardock Jr. and Regina's fiasco doing the whole Mighty Mask thing, the daughter of Vegeta and Bardock Jr. decided to do the whole Mighty Mask thing. And Android 18 was not fooled at all, especially with her own daughter's recognizing her daughter's techniques and style of fighting. And well, with that fiasco ending, so did the World Martial Arts Tournament, Android 18 throwing the match like she does in the original, offering blackmailing Mr. Satan for more money like she does in the original. And well, meanwhile, finally Dodoria emerged before the heroes, ready to do battle with Gohan. And well, Dodoria was not having much luck in doing damage to Gohan, unlike in the original. After all, Gohan did not go soft in this reality, not at all, and Gohan was able to fight Dodoria essentially with everything he had. Is that all you got, so-called Demon King? Cell had more fight than you. Dodoria figured, who's Cell? I've never heard of this creature. Good thing, too. He would have mopped the floor with you. However, Fasha could see that Gohan was holding back, and that Even though Gohan may not have gone soft in terms of his power, Gohan has lost his killer instinct. All this time in fighting crime as the great Saiyan man had done a little bit of unconscious damage to the hero, it would seem, holding back, letting the criminals live. After all, none of them were really a considerable threat, so Gohan let them live, and that instinct has sort of brushed on to Gohan with dealing with this serious threat, and this was beginning to get on Fasha's nerves. To the point that Dodoria sensed a little something within Fasha. Something that was beginning to concern the others. Something, behavior, that they've only seen with Vegeta. Her son, to her, is embarrassing the Saiyan race, and she can't handle it. And that negativity is showing. Dodoria deciding to call off the fight right then and there. Don't worry, our new warrior will finish you off. Dodoria going to great lengths to show Barbody this great new discovery. Just who is this new warrior? And let me assure you, it isn't Vegeta.
Ah, yes, Dodoria, I see what you mean. She could make a very useful addition to our team to make sure Majin Buu comes forth.
And well, and suddenly, something happens with Fasha. She's getting a nasty headache. She is writhing in agony. She doesn't know what's happening to herself. All she can see is that this great negativity and some sort of evil within herself. Something she has kept hidden all these years. From her old days, back when she was killing billions of people. The part of her that used to love that life. Back when she was part of Bardocks' crew. Back during her time in the Frieza Force. And those bitter feelings that were beginning to surface, seeing Gohan embarrass the Saiyan race like this. Kakarot, Gohan, get away from me! Take Videl, get away from me before it's too late! And, well, rest assure you, it was indeed too late. The Majin sign appearing on Fasha's head. Dark, bags around her eyes, a nasty grin. A kind of grin that you would have only seen in Majin Vegeta has appeared in, I guess, Majin Fasha. Her frustrations pointed directly at Gohan and even Kakarot. Yes, Kakarot, who has helped her grow soft in these years as a Saiyan. That part of her who used to love her old life has begun to surface. Majin Fasha, or the Fasha of old, is back, and she wants her old life back. Or does she? What's going on? And well, with Barbody's magic, they are brought within the boundaries of the World Tournament. Everyone looking at surprise. Her looking at both members of her family, Kakarot and Gohan. You two will fight me now. What? Mom, we're not gonna fight you. Hey, come on, Fasha, you're taking this whole angry at us, at Gohan, a little too far, aren't you? Well, with that, Fasha does the unthinkable. She fires ki blasts into the crowd, destroying them, much like Vegeta did. And well, with another gesture, Fasha points her hand, ready to fire another ki blast, directly at Videl. Mom, you wouldn't. Son, you know I will. with no way around it, Gohan agrees to battle with his mother. Dad, we have no choice. If we have any chance of bringing her back to normal, we're gonna have to defeat her. Everyone, still shocked and bewildered for what she's done. The Dragon Team have never seen this side of Fasha at all. Well, at least not for a very long time, not since the very early days. They were surprised. And Vegeta, never seeing this part of her at all. You know, after all, it was her that saved him from the darkness. Back when he was Android Vegeta. And threatening to destroy the entire world. It was Fasha that saved her. That saved him. And well, I think this is a good spot to leave things for now. So what do you guys think? Do you enjoy this story? Do we like having a Majin Fasha? I thought it'd be pretty fun. After all, I'm quite sick of seeing Majin Vegeta. And you know, he was already rescued from that sort of path during the Cell arc, so there was no need to repeat that. So I thought having Fasha just showing signs of what she used to be like, and showing frustration that Gohan was embarrassing the Saiyan race, losing that sort of killer instinct he had before. So, all this and more next time in the next part. And keep your eyes open, there will be an animated special for the 500 subscriber special. It's going to be based on one of my comics, one of the I stories, or Almighty I. It's been renamed I and Agent I. But yeah, that's coming as we do more what ifs. Thank you guys for liking and subscribing. Thank you guys for all your support. You know, I never would have thought I would have hit 500 subscribers. Hopefully we can carry this on, and that the channel grows even more from there. And I will see you guys next time. Don't forget to leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, if you're a brand new viewer. And I will see you all next time. Hey guys, DB right here, and today I'm back with continuing with What If Fasha Survived. I believe this is part 10, part 11. I'm sure it'll be all edited, fixed and perfect in the title. Alright, so picking up from where we left off last, and well, just a little bit of a recap, but not too much of a recap. And I do recommend you guys actually check out the beginning of this series if you really want to get filled in on what's happened. Basically, this story tells the story of Fasha, who miraculously survived Dodoria's ambush on Planet Meat during the whole Bardocks TV special. Yes, she actually manages to pull through and survive in this reality, and by extension, not being taken out by Frieza when Frieza, you know, blows up Planet Vegeta, and basically tracking another space pod she saw flying ahead of her. This would be Kakarot space pod, basically following its trajectory to planet Earth and managing to track down Kakarot during the events of the World Tournament saga. You know, when he battles the disguised Roshi, Jackie Chun, in the finals. And well, since then, it's been one crazy story and adventure after the other, and I recommend you check it out. Now, picking up where we left off, the unthinkable has happened when Fasha, Vegeta, and the rest of the Dragon Team, well, most of them anyway, had gone with a full frontal assault on Bardocks and his ship, and well, battling the villains that appeared at each stage in Bardocks' spaceship, until eventually Gohan tried facing off against Dodoria, and well, his battle prowess and power had gone soft, Gohan had went soft over the years in another way. Thanks to him becoming Great Saiyan Man and having to hold back on stopping criminals. And since training with Fasha and his father since has been, just training sessions and sparring sessions, Gohan has been forced to hold back a lot of his power, and in that perspective, Gohan has gotten soft in that area. He lacks the killer instinct he had back in the Cell Saga. His power, yes, is stronger than what it was back then, but he lacks the killer instinct he had back in the Cell Saga, and pretty much the instinct he had throughout the whole beginning of this series, since Gohan, the child of Fasha and Goku in this reality, came into this story. And well, this led to Fasha becoming very disappointed towards her son, and that negativity was enough for Barbie to use his magic and turn Fasha against the Crystal Dragon Team. Fasha, who resisted with all her might to fall under Barbie's spell, still fell victim. This wasn't like Vegeta, when Vegeta willfully accepted Barbie's offer for power and all that. Fasha did resist with everything she had, even telling her family to run, get out of here there. However, now transformed, her frustrations pointed directly at her own son. And, well, more or less her husband too. The showdown between family begins now. And just like Vegeta did in the original, Fasha did the unthinkable, firing ki blasts on the unsuspected tournament crowd, racking up the kill count. And well, and that of course came to the shock of the rest of the Dragon Team. This Saiyan woman, who's been part of their family for years, suddenly did something horrifying, really unforgivable. Bulma managed to forgive Vegeta in the original, so it's quite possible they'll forgive Fasha eventually. And well, none of this is actually Fasha's fault. She didn't actually willfully accept Parvati's power and control. This just, well, happened. And well, just like in the original, Kakarot and Gohan demand that Barbati transport them to somewhere else where they will face Fasha. And while they're doing that, Vegeta and Supreme Kai are actually on their way to deal with Barbati and Dodoria once and for all, and hopefully stop this egg from hatching. How this will go, we are about to find out. The battle between Fasha, Goku, and Gohan is quite intense. Fasha's new power has pushed her abilities beyond her husband and son. When you consider, most of their power levels pretty much stayed even and on par with each other because they were able to train together for the 7 years. So Fasha has quite the significant head start on the two. And mind you, well, to tell you the truth, she is quite, well, she's pretty much dominating the fight to the point. The only thing that's keeping Goku and Gohan slightly ahead in the fight and still in the battle is the fact that they know how Fasha fights. And any new techniques she's developed, they pretty much know them. It's pretty much the raw power of Barbie's transformation that's giving Fasha the slight upper hand in the battle. And even facing off each other with Gohan and Goku for combined Kamehameha, Fasha is able to essentially match it with her own power. So that's just goes to show what kind of a power boost she has gotten from this magic. And well, meanwhile, Vegeta and Supreme Kai have indeed managed to get themselves to the bottom of the ship. Vegeta ruthlessly taking out the rest of Barbati's men throughout the way. And well, rather than just standing there like Gohan Supreme Kai, just watching the meter go up, Vegeta springs into action, battling with Dodoria. And, well, unlike Gohan, Vegeta has not lost his step at all, and he has not lost his killer instinct. So Dodoria is quickly on the losing side of this battle. In fact, Vegeta pretty much takes him out right there on the spot, and quickly returns the favor of taking out Barbie. However, they are too late with one aspect. The damage that Gohan and Goku and even Fasha has sustained in their battle has been enough to store enough power to wake up Majin Buu. Even without Barbie saying so. Vegeta and Supreme Kai do a final key boss to try to take out the egg, but it ends pretty much the same way as Gohan when he tried to do the same thing. The egg hatches and Majin Buu is among them, and the sense of energy has managed to put Gohan, Goku and Fasha's battle to a standstill, not to mention that with Dodoria defeated, Piccolo and Krillin are released from their stone, from being, stone statues, what Dodoria did to him earlier, and also with Barbie being dead, Fasha has been restored to her normal self. She is now her again. And well, Majin Buu, well, needless to say, this could be a lot worse than in the original because there is no Barbie to keep him under control this time. Oh, you wanna play with Buu? Buu make you dead! And well, needless to say, Supreme Kai and Vegeta are having a really bad day of it when, well, unfortunately, with Goku, Gohan in their condition and Fasha in slightly better condition, they basically, Goku and Fasha choose to split the sensu beam among themselves. Gohan is too weakened to continue, and well, they're not going to risk their son's life. And well, Fasha feels like she really needs to do this to make up for everything she has done. And well, this is where we get Goku and Fasha basically appearing before Buu. And the two of them team up to try to take on Buu, and Fasha has learnt from the whole power experience that she got from Barbie, so all that power she gained is now her own. However, even with Goku and Fasha working together with their team attacks, it's still not really having much effect on Buu. They may be blowing him to pieces, but as we know, he can regenerate. And Buu just, laughing in their face. Ha 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 ha! You guys are funny! Me have fun with you! And well, with a ferocious attack, he essentially takes out Goku. He ain't dead, he's just knocked out. And well, Fasha is forced to do basically what Vegeta did in the original. Fasha intends to power up to her full power and incinerate the monster, much like Vegeta did in the original. Krillin and Piccolo, who have since pretty much made their arrival, their second son, Bardocks Jr., and the other kids did arrive in time to pretty much see this horror for themselves, were luckily held back by Piccolo and Krillin, and yeah, they had to witness as Fasha sacrificed herself for the second time, mind you, and essentially took herself out. And supposedly, along with Buu, and well, all the others could really think of to do is gather Goku, Vegeta. Well, actually, they had a hard time finding Vegeta. They couldn't sense his energy at all. And after all, he's part Android, so I don't think they could sense him anyway, so they wouldn't really be able to gather Vegeta, and they couldn't find Supreme Kai either. So they grabbed Goku and managed to find Gohan weakened somewhere, and ultimately are off to the lookout. And this is where, Goku has to use his instant transmission to basically stop Bulma from using the Dragon Balls to restore what Fasha did, because she doesn't know the full story of everything else. So everyone else is there at the lookout as well, including Videl. And she's quite happy to see Gohan there. And since then, Bulma did of course get the first wish in with the Dragon Balls, basically wishing back everyone who was killed that day, which of course restored Kibito, and Kibito was able to heal Supreme Kai and Vegeta, and they're basically off to Otherworld, and it's actually going to be Vegeta who gets to play around with the Z-Sword in this reality. And essentially, there's not really a great deal the heroes can really do with battling with Buu, as well. As for Goku not being dead in this reality, he doesn't know fusion, so he can't teach the boys fusion. The only thing Goku can really think of is push this new transformation he's been talking about to its completed level. This would of course be Super Saiyan level 3. He had been able to pull it off a couple of times in training, but he's never been able to really maintain it for long. Not long enough to fight a drawn out battle with Majin Buu, and if he battles Majin Buu, that's exactly what he's going to get. So with that, he's pretty much making his way to the Room of Spirit and Time, and with Gohan going in there as well, he's pretty much, training with his father, and basically the whole mission is getting them both up to speed. Both of them, hopefully Gohan might be able to hit Super Saiyan 3 as well, and hopefully they'll both be able to bring it to a level where they're able to maintain it. Right now, Gohan and Goku are their best bet in stopping this monster. The children are a little bummed out that they're pretty much taken out of the story, so to speak, and not really going to be able to do much. After all, Goku does not know the fusion dance in this reality. And as for that, Gohan and Goku completing their second time in chamber. Now it's unclear in the Buu arc whether or not they actually managed to really do anything, but meanwhile, while this whole day's going by, Majin Buu is definitely living it up. Now, there is no Barbies to stop him this time, to prevent him from destroying cities or any of that ultimatum. So Buu is just going on pretty much an endless rampage, destroying town after town, turning people into sweets and cakes and things and eating them, doing all that thing. And eventually sort of making friends with the with the blind kid, and sort of making friends with that kid, but going the wrong way about it, turning that other poor guy into a bottle of milk for him, and ultimately flying off to build his own house. And this is where Mr. Satan gets involved, and he's packing detonators and all those things. And we're heading towards the whole Mr. Satan trying to make friends with Majin Buu, that whole thing. Of course, not without a lack of killing the beast first, but ultimately realizing that this Majin Buu, doesn't know better. He doesn't know right from wrong, and that he's bad and all that, and that what he's doing is wrong. It's just, he simply does not know better. And well, he might actually be able to teach him right from wrong. And Goku and Gohan have since burst from the chamber and have thought that maybe, that yes, that they have indeed been successful in their training. Gohan can indeed transform to Super Saiyan 3 now, and Goku can at least maintain his level for a long period of time, and of course so can Gohan. So it's like we get the Goku day in the Room of Spirit and Time thing in this arc instead of in the original during the Cell arc. And, well, meanwhile, Dende have sort of filled therein that battling Buu might not necessarily be a thing anymore, might not be necessary anymore. Filling them in with what Mr. Satan is doing. And well, of course that pretty much falls apart when those two guys who are going on a murder spree go around, you know, those guys that are going around killing people, killing animals and think, oh, the world's gonna end, so let's party and do all sorts of wrong things because I'm a bad guy and nasty. You know those two sadistic guys who ultimately heard Majin Buu's dog, his other friend that he makes friends with other than Mr. Satan. So essentially the world was saved right then and there with that dog, but those guys had to ruin it, and ultimately those guys are then beaten by Buu, but this stirs up all the evil that's in Buu's heart, and they pretty much split like Kami and King Piccolo, forming Evil Buu. And ultimately, the battle between Buu and Evil Buu plays out as per normal, and you get Super Buu. And I think, for right now, that's actually where we're going to leave things. Now that Goku and Gohan may be forced to battle once and for all. So what do you guys think? Did you enjoy this story? You know? What's going to happen with Fasha now that she's back in Otherworld? Is there going to be a way for her to come back and help? After all, this is now her official second death in the series. Shenron's not going to be able to bring her back. What is going to happen here? And will Buu and Gohan be able to stop this new monstrosity, this Super Buu? Well, all this and more next time. Don't forget to leave your thoughts in the comments, don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys again for the next What If video. Thank you guys for tuning in today, and I'll see you guys again next time. Vegeta, what are you swinging at? Hey guys, DB right here, and today I am continuing with What If Fasha Survived Part 12. And as we know, Part 11 was quite intense with a Majin Fasha running around. And yeah, I recommend you guys, if you haven't checked out the previous installments to this series, I highly recommend it. It's quite fun. I'm not sure if I'm actually going to continue into Dragon Ball Super's territory with this, so this might be the final part. I haven't decided yet. In fact, you guys can feel free to let me know in the comments if you'd like me to end it here with Dragon Ball Z, or whether we do want to see What If Fasha Survived go into Dragon Ball Super. So, continuing right where we left off, I actually don't have a whole lot of time, so where we last left off, Evil Buu had split from the original Majin Buu after the whole Mr. Satan befriending him and the tragedy involving Majin Buu's dog and all that. Played out exactly the same, and he's since detected the energy levels of Goku and Gohan, who have emerged from the Room of Spirit and Time, both of them hitting Super Saiyan 3. And well, while that's going on now. Super Buu unleashing an all-out attack, even using his planetary extinction, killing most Earthlings on the planet, as well as pretty much turning people to chocolate and eating them. Goku and Gohan, even though they're both at Super Saiyan 3, they are proving to be ultimately ineffective against Buu, just due to the fact that they're not able to, hit him with enough power to take him out permanently. Buu just keeps regenerating and laughing at them. And but DB right, can't Gohan and Goku just do fusion? No, because remember, back in the Cell arc, Goku and Fasha only both had experienced their first deaths. They weren't dead long enough. They were brought back with everyone else that Cell killed during his reign of terror. So Goku wasn't in Otherworld long enough to end up at Grand Kai's place, fight in that tournament, or learn the fusion dance. So there is no fusion, at least not at this point anyway. And well, with that going very badly for him, ultimately Buu pulls off his new trick, absorbing both Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, the children, and ultimately becoming his ultimate super form. Mind you, the children last a bit longer because, well, in the meantime, what has happened? Fasha in the other world has detected Vegeta's energy coming from the world of the Kais. He's been up there training with the Z-Sword. Yes, it's Vegeta training with the Z-Sword instead of Gohan. He just happened to be near Supreme Kai at the time, and wasn't the one who went Majin in this reality. Go figure. So with Majin... Oh, sorry, not Margin. There's no more margins. No margin for error. Alright, back to the story. So, Fasha, using her instant transmission, was able to detect them no problem, and well, much like Goku and Gohan did in the original, they end up breaking the Z-Sword and releasing Elder Kai from his imprisonment. And, well, I guess really the good thing about that is that Vegeta is getting any hidden potential he may have unlocked. Since they're Mystic Gohan, we get Mystic Vegeta. Come on, even you gotta admit that's pretty cool. This time I have all the power. And well, that does indeed work, and well, Vegeta does manage to get there more or less in time before the children and Piccolo are ultimately absorbed, and well, Vegeta pretty much making similar mistakes to what he usually does. You know what Vegeta's like. He's got the same, pretty much exact same Saiyan weaknesses Gohan did back when he fought Buu, being so sure he was going to win that, well, Piccolo and the boys got absorbed from underneath him, and suddenly the battle for Vegeta is not going really that well for him. Pretty much same build as same situation Gohan was in, but Vegeta's able to cope a little bit better. He's surviving a lot more better and able to hold on a lot better. And well, this is where Elder Kai gives Fasha the Patara earrings and tells him all about fusion, and that she's got to get down there and help Vegeta, which of course she does. And of course Elder Kai does give up his life for Fasha's, so Fasha is also resurrected at this point, so she can legally return to Earth. And well, she she gets there, and with a bit of arguing with Vegeta, in a similar fashion to how Goku argues with him, trying to get him to fuse. The whole thing was just very weird to Vegeta, but in the end, he does agree to it. After all, Android 18 and their daughter have been absorbed by this monster as well. So, enough to get him going, and well, fusion, the Potara fusion goes off with at a hitch. And we get, I'm trying to think of a name here. Vegeta. Vegeta. Vegeta, I think, sounds better. Let me know in the comments if you got a better name for the two fusion. I think Fasha and Vegeta's kind of a hard one. So for now, I'm just going to say the fused Vegeta and Fasha do battle with Buu, and well, much like in the original, they do the same thing, going in there and freeing the others, and well, they were a bit more snappy about it, and they actually still remained fused. Yeah, the time limit hadn't run out with the Potara earrings, which I think they had some other explanation of why they diffused in Dragon Ball Z. Anyways, I thought it'd be pretty cool to at least keep them fused. Buu on the losing side of this, and the both of them fused were able to release Piccolo, the children, and Goku and Gohan. And well, and of course releasing good Majin Buu as well sets off the final transformation of Majin Buu, transforming him back to his original state, being Kid Buu. And well, luckily that the fused Vegeta and Fasha didn't wander too far from the bodies of all their friends, so when Kid Buu blows up the planet, they are all able to use instant transmission and get themselves out of there. And well, this leads to a slightly different final battle between Kid Buu and the others, because well, you've got Super Saiyan Freak Gohan, Goku there, Piccolo, their children, and well, and now Vegeta and Fasha, who have now defused. The time limit have run out, and well, they evacuate the Kais, for them to pull off their part. They may have to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to get themselves out of this one. And well, the final battle is quite intense like in the original, but you've got a lot more of the good guys chipping in and battling with the monster too. So Kid Buu does more or less have his hands full. And well, with Super Saiyan 3, Goku and Gohan there, all battling their way out, combining their abilities with Mystic Vegeta, yeah, Kid Buu is not really having a good time. He's not really having a good time at all, and, well, you still got Fasha there as well. Kid Buu may not be having as much of a fun time, but in the end, he's still more or less gaining a little bit of ground on our heroes, here and there. And well, this is where Vegeta comes up with the same plan he does in the original, to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to restore the Earth and create a huge spirit bomb in order to take out the monster. After all, Goku was there as well. And well, Fasha agrees that yes, this is indeed the best plan, and pretty much the whole plan goes off without hitch. The whole dragon team being resurrected, including everyone on Earth, and everyone eventually releasing their energy after Hercule Satan convinces them to do so. Because yeah, if you think Vegeta had a hard time convincing the people of the Earth to give power to the Spirit Bomb, Fasha had even more difficulty. And of course, Goku got quite a few people to do it. But in the end, it is Earth's hero, Hercule Satan, that has them give up the energy. And well, just like in the original, the Spirit Bomb is off. And well, this time, Kid Buu cannot actually resist this whatsoever. You got the extra power of Fasha there, and plus you also got Super Saiyan 3 Gohan. Basically, you got everyone who's on the battlefield at the moment basically pushing the Spirit Bomb down. It's not just Goku pushing it. Or Kakarot. I keep forgetting to say Kakarot. So ultimately, Kid Buu cannot resist this power whatsoever, and ultimately, Kid Buu is destroyed. And well, with the battle done, and everyone brought back to Earth, to their home world, Videl very happy to see Gohan and all that, and Earth beginning to enter its new era of peace. You know what, and I just realized I didn't mention Nappa or Raditz at all during this part. But I suppose, yeah, with them being eaten by Buu, that pretty much took them pretty much out of the story. Ah, well. But still, I think we got a pretty awesome story out of that. And Earth enters a new era of peace, of course, and of course they erase everyone's memories of Majin Buu, so Majin Buu can interact freely as long as Hercule Satan keeps his eye on them. And yes. And well, that's where we're going to be leaving things for right now. So what do you guys think? Did you enjoy this? Do you want me to actually continue into Dragon Ball Super with What If Fasha survived? Let me know in the comments, and I will see you guys again for the next one. Catch you later.